Okay, we're now calling the meeting to order at 9:35. Let's start with announcements. First of all, we're missing Susan. Thank you, Susan, for your years of service, and we're missing her. Just as a general housekeeping thing, we have a long day and a big agenda. And I don't know whether you've noticed, but sometimes I can get sort of agenda driven. So if anyone is feeling that it would be a nice time for a little break, just give me a little hand signal so I can call a break if we need one. I showed hand signal time. Okay. Any other announcements from commissioners? Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to say that today is my last meeting. I have resigned from the commission effective March 1st. It has been an amazing experience, quite a ride working with everybody, and I am honored to have been on this commission. Thank you all so very much for the last 5 years.
No way we can thank you. All right, now's the time for public appearance for anything not currently on the agenda. It's a two-part meeting today. The first part is our planning and budget workshop, and then we have a meeting in this regular meeting in the second half. Okay, on to the budget document. Budget development process and key dates and new budget format. Do you want to just start, Bruce, and we can get to questions?
Yes. I'd like to start with just a quick little overview or preview of where we're going as we go through this presentation. Staff has been working on developing a draft budget for several weeks, and each time we go through it, we get a little clearer picture and a little clearer picture and a little clearer picture, and I think it would be good at this point to kind of share that information one step at a time that will bring everybody up to kind of the knowledge that staff has gained after weeks and weeks of staring at the numbers. And then that way, I think everybody hopefully will be on kind of a level playing field in terms of the knowledge base, and then move into, at the end, the budget policy, where we'll start talking about problem solving, establishing a budget, or getting direction from the commission on what the desires are in terms of coming back for the second workshop, that hopefully we would be able to adopt a budget at that point, and we'd make the changes as a result of this meeting. And if that's acceptable for everybody, we'll get started.
Can I just add one comment?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that at the last Joint Powers Agreement meeting, Mike McGuire made some comments at the very end about the timing, assuming that a new Joint Powers Agreement comes in, of the new commission, and mentioned that he thought that they should wait till after the budget process was completed, which would be sometime in May, I guess, before they do the rollover. So I think this commission can assume that what we're doing here is going to be used.
Well, and related to that, as of the meeting, this latest of the JPA committee, it does look quite favorable that there will be a new JPA. Oh, it's still with you? At least they've come up with a compromise that the parties need to agree to. And in that case, I think we need to look for what is our relationship with the county budget process. This year we have to proceed as if we're connected, but in the future we're theoretically independent, right?
Yes, and it does add a level of complexity, because it is a question that we would probably have to rely on the attorney's office or the county council, the budget that's adopted here and moves forward, would there have to be a ratification by a new JPA if it happens prior to July 1? If it doesn't happen prior to July 1, it seems pretty straightforward that you would proceed down the path that you have in the past, where we adopt a budget and then send it to the county for final adoption. But that's, I think, one area that'll have to be addressed depending on when if a new JPA comes into play before July 1.
All right.
So, developing this year's budget, I think the process was a little different than in prior years. One of the things we tried to do was implement a collaborative process with the management, staff, and non-management employees that seeked out getting input from several sources in terms of building the budget. And the second thing, we spent a lot of time, we reviewed all the accounts in the general fund, and we've been reviewing the special revenue funds as well. The budget was developed using the new account structure in mind. And that is July 1, the county is going to convert to a new financial management system. And the library will be migrating with that. And that'll provide some opportunities for the library. And when we get into talking about the budget itself, I'll spend some more time on that item. We developed a 5-year projection as a financial management tool, and it influences, I think, or will influence decisions. And so as we move forward, we will spend some time talking about the projection, the numbers that are in it, et cetera, and what drives the outcomes. There's also a multi-year capital item, fixed asset replacements, and project listing. And again, involving the various departments and sections within the library to come up with the needs in this area, and then consolidate them and put them into a format that hopefully is easily reviewed and discussed in terms of the current needs, most immediate, the 14-15 budget, and future. The special revenue funds, we will spend some time talking about the special revenue funds. I anticipate they will become integral in coming up with a solution for the 14-15 budget. And as we get down to that point in the agenda, there'll be some significant discussion in how they play into the library's finances. And then the budget policy. What was in the packet was a work in progress. As I was starting to rewrite the budget policy, it became clear to me that the outcome could go to a couple of different ways. And I could spend a lot of time writing multiple versions. And I just felt that they might become more confusing than helpful. And so I stopped at the point in the budget policy that once decisions are made and we receive some guidance from the commission in the direction we want to go, then I'll sit down and finish the update, and it'll come back at the second workshop. Some key dates, just some history. As I mentioned, we've been working on preparing supporting schedules and documents for several weeks, actually a couple of months. And it has been involving many individuals within the organization. We had several meetings with staff, reviewing the budget worksheets, asking questions, researching some accounts, those kinds of things in terms of preparing for today. Moving forward, February 28th, we have a meeting scheduled with Don Schwartz, who's from the county administrator's office. He's the budget analyst from the county. And we need to discuss with them some of the details in terms of finalizing the budget data. They have a new process relating to the conversion to the new system that we will have to adhere to. And frankly, the county, or the library, becomes kind of special in this regard, in that when we get to the account structure, you'll see that we've added a couple of levels of detail in the county, in the library budget. And that hasn't, happened in the past. And consequently, it's causing some additional procedures in terms of getting our budget into the new format at the county. And so we'll be having a meeting with him, with Don, on that, and some of their expectations and how to get that completed. March 25th, we have a second budget workshop. We're hopeful that with the guidance that we received today and the decisions made today, that we get them implemented, and at the budget workshop, we'll be able to be at a point where the commission can approve a preliminary budget for 14-15. April 9th, and this is regardless of the meeting with Don Schwartz on the 28th. April 9th, we've been told that's the deadline to get the budget to the county. So that gives you a little bit of history and some future dates that we're targeting. The new budget format, as I mentioned, we are migrating to the County of Sonoma, the enterprise financial system, on July 1. It is a significant change from what we're currently using in every sense of the word. It's an up-to-date financial management system. It's being provided by PeopleSoft. There'll be a lot of electronic approval processes generating, using today's technology to assist in every aspect of financial management for the library and for the county as well. Yes?
Can I ask a quick question? How is this going to impact the new JPA? I know we're going to be independent budget-wise. Are we still going to be on this new system?
It's anticipated, and I think almost a requirement at this stage of the game, that the new JPA will be participating in this for at least a year. Yes?
And so then would that require us to somehow renegotiate the contract we have with the county? I mean, once we're independent, Is it going to cost us a different amount to use the county software and to have the county do our treasury stuff?
The one thing, we had a meeting, and actually it's been a couple of months now, with Donna Dunk, who's the assistant auditor controller. And actually going to the new JPA, the library status, it's anticipated, would change from being a component unit to an independent. And that would have an impact on the costs. And so the current costs that we have in this draft budget are based on being in a component unit. When that happens, we'll get new costs and we can identify to the, to the new commission, okay, there's some additional money in the budget that we were anticipating staying as a component unit. Now, one of the things that I'm talking with the county is there's one module that was never in the new system that was not costed out or anticipated that the library was going to participate in. And it's the, what they call the purchase order module. And it's pretty critical in that will help in terms of our purchasing processes, but also a little bit on the technical side is it will implement encumbrance accounting, and which is important in a government entity in that when you make a pledge to buy something, you want to encumber that money so someone else doesn't spend it at the same time. And so I'm in the process of talking to them, and hopefully it'll just be, we'll get the extra module and it'll be somewhat the same costs that we have right now in the budget.
And Bruce, did you want to explain the slightly weird thing about that if you're not a component unit of the county and you're an independent agency, what that cost differential might be? You can say no.
Well, I'm always reluctant to, when we're given numbers that are in a meeting and we think, oh, we think it might cost this.
That's right.
You know, because it always seems later it doesn't cost what they thought before.
So here's the deal. I'll say it so Bruce doesn't have to, which is the odd thing that if you're a component unit, they charge you more than if you're an independent unit because, yeah. So it could be actually that it's not a budget impact, but it's actually a good thing for the budget if we become, when we become an independent unit.
I mean, that was going to be my question, is do we need to set money aside for additional pay? But it sounds like we do not need to,
We may not, hopefully.
hopefully.
And when we get into the budget, we'll see there is a contingency amount in there.
Because they're less involved in it if we're not a component unit.
That's correct. And that, I mean, that's the theory behind it, is that they're less involved in our accounting and providing less support.
And does the cost of us using the county as our treasurer change if we're independent versus a component unit?
I don't know about that.
Do we have anything to say about that, or did the county simply say, you are this or you are that?
That's how it works.
It's usually, the information is from the county to us.
Okay.
And does
that surprise
does the
me?
county do our payroll?
No, we have an independent service that does our payroll. So as I mentioned, migrating to this new software product, it does provide us the opportunity to implement an account structure that will provide some increased budget control. And when we get down to talking about the budget, the draft budget, I have some examples and I'll point out the new account structure and how that will help us or help the library. And that takes care of that. there any questions so far? The stuff we talked about, I think we dealt with them on.
Given the nature of the discussion, before we move on to goals and objectives, is that the next thing? Are there any, let's have a chance for any public comment or questions now before we go on to the next. Okay, there being none, let's move along to 4.2.
Sure. I'll start on this item. So at the last commission meeting, you approved the 5 overarching goals, which we already submitted to the county. And our next step was to really flesh those out a lot more. So that's the document you have in front of you now. And we put a couple of objectives under each goal and provided a potential start date and fiscal impact. As we go through these, and I think we should go through them one by one, we'll point out which items are included in the preliminary budget and which aren't. So the first goal, provide optimal library services to the patrons of Sonoma County Library. Underneath of that, our objective 1A has to do with adequate staffing levels. And we've talked extensively about this, and you've seen the cost for this. This is the price of getting adequate extra help staffing to backfill when permanent staff are out on sick or vacation.
Can I ask a question about that? Because item 2C talks about examining staffing and organizational structure, and I'm sorry for jumping ahead, but I'm just wondering how determining adequate staffing levels and then looking at our staffing structure, do they affect each other and do they go together?
Okay, sure. So with 2C, what we have in mind there is looking at the way the positions are classified and the recommendations that come out of our class and comp study, including rates of pay, as well as looking at our org structure as a whole, such as, director, 3 division managers, and so forth. Is that the best way to do things?
So theoretically, 1A could be affected if we decide that the structural changes are needed for the number of staff in this place and the number of division managers, and so that 1A could change in terms of the fiscal impact, but also the number of employees that it would actually take to come up to what we define as full staffing could also change.
Yes, it could.
Okay.
But probably not within the current budget year.
Okay, thank you.
And probably wouldn't go down,
Right.
only go up.
And basically, my interpretation of this is what we've been hearing about being unable to take care of sick leave and vacation. That's what this basically is for.
Exactly.
So people can feel free to be sick.
Yes, people can feel free to be sick and feel free to take the time off that they deserve and they're
Right.
entitled to.
Okay.
So that amount, the approximately $300,000, is not currently in our budget.
Before we go on, any comments or questions more from people? Nope. I just want everybody to have a chance. Let's go on to next one.
Okay, next one, objective 1B is to enhance the library's revenues. And with this, we're looking, of course, at the countywide effort to improve our revenue base through a tax measure, but also through working with citizens and stakeholders to raise money. And we have the Commission Ad Hoc Finance Committee already established and several interested parties in the community that are working with us to right now work on the polling. There's a fiscal impact here of this is not to pay the polling firm. This is an additional $30,000 that we're estimating for potential informational mailings.
Can I just
Yes, go
say
ahead.
that my understanding from our lawyers are that that would need to be done prior to anything becoming an official measure. Once there's a measure on the ballot, I think this commission cannot be seen as spending money to promote it in any way, even if we don't think that's what we're doing. We need to be hyper vigilant in not spending any public money on what would then be a tax measure and a political event. So if we're going to do some sort of educational thing, it should be sooner rather than later, is all I'm saying, if we get something on the ballot.
Right, and we should also keep in mind the potential for not getting it on the ballot or not passing it,
Right.
in which case there's next year, or next effort. So,
2016, actually. would be
right.
The next.
Well, maybe we get ahead of it a little bit with that communication.
And at this point, I'll just, even though again, it's kind of jumping ahead, but I did have a conversation with Mike McGuire at the end of the last JPA meeting regarding his interest in coming on board at the ground stage of a tax measure. And although he made no actual commitments, being the consummate politician that he is, he said he was very interested and would like to schedule some more time to talk about what we're doing, and he would be interested in being involved in it if the polling numbers show that it's viable to go forward.
And if it's viable at this point to go forward, it would need the Board of Supervisors.
Yes, it would, and I would also, in looking at the timing, if a new joint powers agreement comes in and a new commission comes in, et cetera, I think if we are aiming for 2014, we need to just assume we're going to go through the Board of Supervisors anyway, because I think to say to a brand new commission comes in May, you have 10 minutes, please put this on the ballot, is not a very realistic request.
We have this item on the agenda for later, right?
Right, so
For the
let's go.
regular meeting?
Oh.
Right.
So
Yeah,
maybe we can,
I'm going to have to leave around 1 o'clock, so I just wanted to make sure I got it out there
Okay.
before.
What is the timing on this questionnaire or phone?
Oh, it's an actual poll. It's a political poll that the Godsby is going to run, and I believe we are going to solidify the questions next week, and the polling will be done within a few days. They'll start doing it, so within 2 to 3 weeks, we should have polling results.
Okay.
Is that-
But, okay, I need to ask right now, no one else is leaving? Because otherwise we don't have a quorum. All right, moving along. Go ahead, next.
Okay, the next objective has to do with continuing to reevaluate our hours within the existing schedule that we have. So the commission has talked about this several times already, and you've indicated you want to keep entertaining the idea and looking at options. So we're suggesting that twice a year at the July 2014 commission meeting and the January 2015 commission meeting that the commission reevaluate our hours and see if any adjustments can be made in terms of not only evenings and staggering of days of the week, but also looking at the 3-day holiday weekends. So that's what this objective is all about.
Okay. Goal, any questions about goal 1 and the subset?
Maybe you said this, but is objective 1B, is that in the budget?
No, it's not. And 1C, we anticipate will primarily be staff. Okay, so moving on to goal 2, undertaking a strategic planning process. So the first objective under this goal is to engage a consulting firm to help us draft a strategic plan. We're anticipating that it can begin after July 1 and it will be completed by the end of the fiscal year. We're suggesting that the commission might consider setting up an ad hoc committee to work with the director on this. And the fiscal impact of approximately $35,000, this item is in our preliminary budget.
I have a vague recollection of us having passed, of having put aside money for a
Strategic plan from
strategic
special
plan
funds.
from last year, was it, that we did?
Yes.
Does anybody, am I remembering wrong? I think we have some money that we've not spent that was put aside this year for a strategic plan. Is there a way to check on that?
Well, and it was also to come out of special funds.
If it's in the current budget, yeah, we can follow up on it. If you're talking about, it's either 12-13 budget, then that got closed.
No, this-
So if
Quite
it's
frankly-
13-14,
I think it was for 13-14 because I think it was,
But maybe we put it off because of the JPA.
We did, but if
But
we
we-
check the minutes, we'll see that we did, in essence, authorize that
expenditure.
money to come from special funds, not from the operating budget.
we can do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Was this for the information gathering
Yes.
phase?
right.
Okay.
I don't know if we ever gathered information, but I think we
think
authorized
so.
spending for it.
Right, it was put on hold. Now, let me review this a little bit. Essentially, our projection is that we will have a new director on board the 1st of June, hopefully. That's our goal. So basically, the new director will be involved in this process to be able to have it start on the 1st of July. We're starting to make his or her agenda already.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Yeah, things that are
Yes,
there for them
that's
to.
not the only one.
All right. Any comments further about that issue?
I'd just like to say that the whole goal 2, the little italic thing under that describes all of, it might appear sort of as a catch-all goal because there's a lot of what you might call strategic work that needs to be done in this organization, and we've put a number of things under that. And so that while Objective 2B, which you're about to hear, may not sound like part of a strategic plan, it's been, for lack of a better place to put it, it's something we need to do. It's a strategic item to implement the revised Joint Powers Agreement if it's ratified. And also, it's sort of a chicken and egg thing because the revised Joint Powers Agreement has a specific clause mandating that we have a strategic plan on a periodic basis. So this would be one of the first things on that bucket list, as it were, that would need to be implemented. So we could have called Goal 2 implement new Joint Powers Agreement if ratified, but we chose to put everything under this idea of strategic planning. So I hope that meets with your approval.
Input? I may start acting like Mike McGuire and say, bum, 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 bum.
I would just think that under 2B, that this commission ad hoc committee to be named should be included in the implementation group.
2B or 2A?
2B.
We haven't heard that one yet, but what do you
Oh,
say?
I'm sorry, I thought
Okay,
he talked about it.
go ahead. Let's start 2B.
Okay, so 2B, implement the revised JPA if ratified, and that includes the extensive bucket list of to-do items, events to kick off the transition and so forth. If in the event the new JPA is not ratified, we would suggest that the commission sort of reevaluate how it wants to move forward. Maybe think about some succession planning, look through the bylaws bucket list and see which items need to be addressed anyway. And the start date for this would be after ratification, whatever that date is, or the date of decision not to ratify. And this one also has a staff time only fiscal impact.
What was your question, Helene?
I was just suggesting that the commission be involved in the implementation of 2B also. that
Right.
Not just the management team
Oh,
and the
right.
director.
I would also suggest a recommendation, not that we need another ad hoc committee, but that there be a bylaws ad hoc committee, because whether there's a new commission or whether this commission remains as constituted, I think it's important to go over the bylaws. And the new commission coming in has a long list of things that said, well, they could deal with it in the bylaws.
Right.
So they've got this bylaws bucket list that's going to be huge.
And I have a question. How compelled is the new commission to implement the bucket list?
It's up to the new commission.
It's up to
That's
them.
what I thought, okay.
But they are going to have to, I think, pass, either ratify the old bylaws or pass new ones.
Right.
When they come in.
That's something that'll need to be cleared. I think, basically, it's a whole new JPA it's an amended JPA.
Amended JPA, and I think the old bylaws stay in place until they look at them, but I suspect they're gonna want to. If you've got, whole
So
different
far, I
structure.
think it's interesting, I mean, I won't comment thoroughly and completely on your departure, but you've already suggested 2 new ad hoc committees on the,
Just one, just one.
oh.
You'll have 11 people.
Oh, that's true.
Plenty of room.
They'll have nothing to do.
More than enough for more.
Okay. Objective 2C.
Okay, so we've already talked about 2C a little bit, examining our staffing and our organizational structure, and this would include looking at those recommendations from the classification and compensation study, and also just an overall evaluation of our organizational structure. We have quite a few positions that are still vacant and unfunded from the 2009 retirements. There's some great needs there, and I'm sure there'll be other needs pointed out in our class and comp recommendations. So the fiscal impact of this objective has to do with what those recommendations look like and whatever action the commission might take in the future around making changes with those recommendations.
And those recommendations are due when?
Patrick, do you have a date on that?
I don't think it's working.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I've asked them for an updated timeline because we've had some delays. They're right now finishing up the recommendations for the draft classifications, which still have to be presented to staff. And once that's completed, then it'll be going out to the benchmarking for salary purposes for other organizations. So far, we're looking at probably about 8 to 10 positions that are looking at reclassification. Majority of positions we're looking at pretty much staying as is in terms of the content of the jobs and titles. So I'm expecting an updated, what they refer to as an allocation list, sometime this week.
I had a question. I know they gave us sort of, they did a preliminary salary or compensation review for the director's position, right? Didn't they give us that information?
Yes, that is
upfront?
correct.
Would it be helpful in our CFO search to ask them for that information early as well? Is our compensation part of the reason we're having trouble finding a permanent CFO?
We actually
already have.
did get
We did get that.
some salary information on the CFO position,
Okay.
yes.
Was it helpful?
It was, I mean, it basically said that, you know, we're going to have to bring in somebody at the top of the range,
Okay.
so.
All right. Any further questions from commissioners? Tom, I have to lean over to see you, so if you do have
No,
something to say, wave.
I'll speak up.
All right. 2D.
Okay, the last objective under goal 2 is to draft new and updated policies, and you've seen this on our to-do list for a long time, and it continues to be there. We still have a great need for revising and or creating policies, and we've had, in the past, it's been a little too ambitious, I think, so we're suggesting that we bring a policy to the commission at every other commission meeting, and that be our goal. And priority policies include the ones listed here: Sexual Harassment, Social Media, Family and Medical Leave Act, Performance Management, and Serving of Alcohol. And some of these are already in the works. Start date would be July 1st, and the fiscal impact would be the staff time only.
Are there other county organizations or groups that have policies like this that we can look at and review as opposed to trying to start from scratch?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a way to speed this up somehow?
That's typically what we start with, is surveying other organizations' policies.
Next.
Okay, goal 3 is to establish and implement best financial management practices. And this is timely because we're moving to our new financial management system. Would like to point out that the objectives under this one really depend largely on hiring an excellent CFO in a permanent capacity, or the commission authorizing us to set aside some money to get some outside help with the creation of policies, the implementation of the new financial management system, something to assist us through these objectives. So the first objective, 3A, is to implement the new financial management system. And Bruce has already talked about what that's going to involve, with tracking our finances at a lower level in the organization, with the branches and the division levels being able to monitor and track their own budgets. The lead manager would be the CFO, and the start date is definitely going to be July 1st. The fiscal impact is around $40,000 of an increase from what we're paying this year to what we'd be paying next year, and that is already built into our preliminary budget.
And that increase is for?
The
What?
new system, going from FAMOUS to EFS.
And clarity here, Bruce, for me. Essentially, what I've heard you say is that we're moving to match the county's new system, which basically, I may be in the whole wrong ballpark here, so forgive me, but which basically dictates our choices to what we're choosing for, as you said, at least a year as a new management system. But basically, if we were to say after a year, well, now that we're independent, we don't like this anymore, that means we'd have to implement yet another new system at some point in 2 years down the road. Is that correct? So basically, we're making the decision about our new financial management system unless it's so bad we have to do something else.
Yes. The initial migration from FAMOUS and our current structure to the PeopleSoft product, which is an up-to-date financial management system. That effort will not only get our data organized in a manner that if in the future the library decided they wanted to change to a different system, you would have your data and you would have some history organized such that when you convert it over, you would have something to work with. Where we are now is we'll be converting to this new structure. We've developed the budget, but we will be building history because the old history is just not going to be recoverable. The other thing that I think is important is you'll be training staff on an up-to-date procedures and a way of working with your financial data and management and your processes, how you pay bills, how you make journal vouchers, etc. In a current technology format. So it's not wasted effort. There would be some duplication, no doubt. But your basic, observation is correct. If you decided that you wanted to change, it would be another, significant effort to convert to another system.
And can I just clarify a couple of things? One is, we're not purchasing our own individual license. The cost here is for us to become a user on the county's license.
Right.
And that's correct.
So if we decide to go to something different, we'll have to purchase a license, which is likely a lot more expensive
Right.
than what we're going to be doing here. So then my second question for you, though, is from what you've seen so far of PeopleSoft, you seem fairly positive. Do we like it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The reason I'm kind of chuckling is it is so much more than what you have now. What's not to like?
Moving from a scooter to a Ferrari?
So it is, a state-of-the-art financial management system. If you were to say, well, we don't like this, I guess you would identify those things you don't like about it, and when you went out to look for another one, you would probably find a lot of them work somewhat the same. It would become a difficult decision, I think a hard decision, unless there's just some overriding shortcoming that we haven't stumbled into yet, to justify going to another system, especially when you say, well, now we're going to have to buy the license.
Right.
And those licenses are expensive. I mean, like 7-digit expensive, even for a small organization.
And does this software allow us to do things that we apparently had difficult doing with Famous, like breaking expenses out by branch if the commission wanted to see where expenses were more specifically being used, et cetera?
Yes.
Or resources were being used?
In a year, they will implement some additional modules, one of them being the cost accounting. So then you have a year, you start building data organized in a fashion that you then can start using the cost accounting portion to start answering some of these questions that won't take 4 months to, go retrieve the information and come up with an answer.
Does this new software give us any options to what the reports that it spits out might look like? I mean, are there ways to make more user-friendly reports? Can we get graphs? Are there things that, we can present? One of the big complaints we've heard, and I take very seriously from the public over and over again, is they can't read our budget. It's not that they think we're not providing it publicly, it's that nobody knows what it says. That's a problem. Is this going to help solve that problem, or is it going to spit something else out that we can't read?
Well, I think that it will provide lower levels of detail. So now when someone looks at our budget, they see one line and that's the budget for the library. And we're not really, well, is that for materials management? Is that for, IT? Is that, et cetera? You'll have this additional layers of information. There's a lot of standard reports that they've developed, but you do have the option to do some ad hoc things. And then there's also the opportunity to download into Excel. So you could grab some history information and download it into Excel and manipulate it if you wanted to. So a lot more flexibility.
About how many products are there on the market? Viable products.
Yeah, you usually see about 3 or 4 products being considered when you're looking at larger systems than the library. PeopleSoft, I believe, the Sonoma State implemented a couple years ago. The county's implementing. The city went with a different vendor. And you see a couple of others that, compete. There's also, I think, some smaller providers are not as well-known. When you talk about the library, the number of funds that the library uses, the amount of volume, although it's, we have 100 employees and another, whatever in terms of part-timers, it's relatively small when you match up against, say, a medium-sized city or the county.
Okay. Other questions from commissioners? No, yes. Oh.
What a shock. I know we haven't been through all the objectives under this heading yet, but I would like to see either tucked into one of these or an additional objective of figuring out financial reports that could be understood by the public. I think that is an important goal in our new financial management plan.
I'm seeing pens scurrying here.
It seems like that would belong under 3A.
Okay. Maybe we could specify it so when the public reads it, they see we're trying.
Sure.
Well, and then, again, back to that same issue of implementing policies, looking at other agencies, to review other agencies that have budget reports that the public can understand might be useful.
I was pointed at one point towards Sebastopol City has a website with their budget up that has color-coded graphs and other things that made it pretty easy to, if not, dig into the weeds. At least you could see this X amount spent on this and X amount spent on these general areas. So that might be something to look at.
All right. Moving right along, 3B.
Okay, 3B, develop a plan to achieve a balanced budget, including addressing our unfunded liability for retiree health benefits. So every month you get a financial report. We would continue to do that with close examination paid to trying to get our budget balanced and living within our means. And we're also going to be talking later on in this meeting about setting up funds to fund a trust for the OPEB obligations. The CFO, again, would be the lead manager, and we're hoping these efforts can start right with the new fiscal year, July 1st. The fiscal impact would depend on commission decision and direction in terms of, approving the idea of funding a trust, and if so, how much.
And again, our ultimate goal is to be able to fund the trust from ongoing expenses. Any comments from the rest of the commission or questions about that one? I know we all feel it hanging over our heads. Objective 3C. Oh, I better quit editorializing.
Okay, so this one sort of ties in with 2D, was the goal about drafting new and updated policies, except we have a specific need in the accounting and budget area to really work on our policies and procedures, so we wanted to call it out separately here. It's been described in our annual audit findings that we lack current or written accounting policies and procedures, things such as a gift acceptance policy and a methodology for establishing the library's restricted capital improvement fund. So we would like to work on those deficiencies, and again, we may need outside help and or be relying on our CFO to work on this objective.
Questions?
Okay, 3E is the last one under Goal 3. and that is to conduct a physical inventory of our fixed assets. This is something that hasn't been done in quite a few years, and we'd like to make it a high priority in 14-15. And it would include a full reconciliation of our fixed assets ledger and general ledger. And again, the lead manager would be our CFO, and this would be primarily a staff project, so there wouldn't be a huge fiscal impact other than staff time.
I'll just comment that it's nice to see so many of the auditor's suggestions put into
Sure.
feet on the ground, basically.
That's it? Nothing about fixed assets?
Nothing about fixed.
Well, aren't we gonna, you've started
Yeah.
this, right? Aren't we
Some
talking
things
a
are
little
underway,
bit
yes.
about it
So, right.
in item 4.6, or?
Just kidding. You don't have to ask anything about fixed assets.
No, but I thought we were gonna talk a little bit about it a little later, too.
Right.
so.
Right.
Yeah, definitely, it's something that.
Almost
Yeah,
everything on this whole
supports.
goals list is something we're going to talk about, in more detail as we go on with the meeting
Right.
today, so.
And this may be a very basic
But
question.
Julia won't be here after one,
We're-
so.
Fixed assets versus capital improvements. I mean, those are not, they're overlapping but not identical. We're talking
Right.
about capital improvements later, right?
So capital would be items that are $5,000 or more and tend to span across multiple years.
Right. But that would include certain parts of the building maintenance that we're responsible for?
Right.
Good.
And so identifying all of that would be necessary because the new JPA is going to require us to have actual
Right.
leases with everybody,
And
and we want to know
also,
what we're
yeah,
taking
right.
on.
Also identifying things that we're not responsible for.
Right.
So we can
Right.
sort of track all this stuff that needs to go on with our facilities and capital needs.
But that's not, there are fixed assets that just depreciate that have
Right.
nothing to do with anything other than when it's going to be time to replace them, is that correct?
I'll let Bruce weigh in on that. 'Cause-
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to pick up here with goal number 4, stated as improving our computer systems, digital assets, and digital environment. And it has to do with becoming a vibrant library for the 21st century in terms of our, pretty much everything that we do. All of our aspects of operations and public service now hinge pretty much entirely on our infrastructure in terms of digital assets and computer systems. So the first objective that we state is to fully develop the newly launched digital branch, adding resources as appropriate. And this means looking at what is it that we need to do now that we've established a framework for that digital branch, and there will be more on that in a bit, a full presentation. But there will be a lot of opportunities for things that we can put into that container, as it were, going forward. And I think that will be very exciting. This coming year, we do have in our budget $70,000 towards that effort, a pretty modest investment right now. But keep in mind that we already invest probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 a year in our digital assets. If you take into account our website, our web services manager, all of the electronic resources we purchase, all of that adds up to a vibrant digital branch. Any questions?
Yeah, is the 70,000 a one-time expense?
The 70,000, some of it will be one-time and some of it will initiate ongoing expenses depending on what we purchase. There are often ongoing license fees that you pay or maintenance fees year over year. There's always an upfront purchase cost for these kind of things. It's, I don't think anybody, well, there's some people in my generation who know Lil Abner, where there were these critters that would proliferate and provide free labor endlessly, and yet you had to pay for them somehow. So to me, software is sort of like that. You know, in theory, you're not really buying a thing, but once you own it, you have to maintain it and keep it going and keep it current. So yeah, ongoing, every time. Sorry, it's just, what were those things called?
Schmooze.
Schmooze, thank you.
And you'll be talking a little bit about the music community info
Oh.
later
Um,
in the management report?
Yes, a little bit, I guess. I can. Is it in the management report? I can't remember if I said anything about it. I think I might have. The second, is that it for 4A? Okay. 4B is, yes?
Any other questions for A?
Thanks, Tim.
Wasn't?
4B, to upgrade and improve our technology infrastructure. We are in the middle of a network audit right now, which will indicate what we need to do to come up to speed in terms of our actual infrastructure. And that includes a public and staff side of that infrastructure. We solicited and received these goals from our IT department, so if there are questions, I'm sure Mike and Denise would be happy to step forward and answer them. And it's an amount TBD also.
But is it lowercase TBD or uppercase TBD?
What's
Is
the
it
difference?
a
Please define.
huge expense of 400, 500,000?
No.
A minor expense of 10, 20,000?
Here he comes.
I'm here.
Yes.
I don't know if this is on or not.
It's on.
It is.
Okay, we did get the initial report back from the network audit. The good news is for the most part, we're doing good. We already have a fiber backbone from here to our branches, and we're only using about 20% of the total bandwidth for staff communication. The biggest thing that we need to work on is next fiscal year is public access, faster internet for the branch computers, and also upgrading the wireless networking of the branches. Both of those are worked into our budget this year already. So I would say small lowercase TBD.
Excellent.
So Mike, so that, if we have the fiber backbone already, that'll help implement the digital branch.
Not related.
Not related?
No.
Good.
And the staff connections separate, very separate than from the public?
The staff use the Comcast. We have multiple setups. We have AT&T fiber Optiman network for staff communication coming back to Central. That's what email, Horizon, that traffic traverses for communications. And then we also have Comcast internet subscriptions, or whatever you want to call it, service. And that is what both the public and the staff use to go to Yahoo and Google, etc. And so that's what we're going to be working on to speed that up. I think I answered your question. But I'm not-
You did. I'd like to talk to the people who name software. Ubuntu and MySwick.
Oh, there's all kinds. I think that's where the engineers get a lot of their fun time, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the names.
All right. Any other questions from rest of us? All right, 4C.
Mike might wind up back up here in a second, but this one is to fully utilize the current integrated library system that we have, which is Horizon, while continuing to look to the future as to whether we might not need to replace that in some way. There are a lot of possibilities that we're not engaging right now with our current integrated library system, and some of those are very exciting and could be relatively at no or low cost with staff training implemented. So for instance, this thing called Mobile Circ, which allows you to go out into the world with a little device that can then actually accomplish most circulation functions, such as issuing library cards. So at the kind of events, for instance, a science fair event, we'd actually be able to issue real library cards and potentially even circulate materials. It also opens up the possible notion of mobile services via bookmobile sort of services that we have been heretofore pretty much impractical. Did I get that right? Yeah, he's nodding. That's so nice to me. Okay, anything on that?
So Horizon for the foreseeable future is going to be viable? for
No,
us?
not
That's
for
what
the
I was
foreseeable
thinking.
future.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? I said that pretty off the cuff, but there's a lot of exciting development in the ILS marketplace that we need to be on top of. And there's opportunities in the region for cooperation with other library systems that we need to be aware of as well. So,
I agree with David. However, Horizon is not dying. It's still viable in that the company still supports it. They're still doing upgrades for it. In fact, on Thursday, I will be upgrading the system. They offer, it's an aging platform. They have 2 different systems they produce and support, Horizon and then Symphony. What they're working on right now is web-based services. This Mobile Circ is an example of that. So that with this upgrade, it's opening the doors for us to make use of the web-based services, which will be the same between the 2 platforms. Mobile Circ's first, and then there is going to be Blue Cloud Cataloging, which is a web client that you could, it's platform independent, so you could use your Mac to catalog, you could use your laptop, etc. Long term, we do need to keep up on what's coming out, not only with our vendor, but also others, which we've been going to meetings about. Moving to a different platform is a uppercase TBD, just so we're aware of that. But it's the backbone of our entire system.
Are we still looking for an open source system that we might want to participate in?
At the present time, we're not. We did a pretty full evaluation of the best available option, which was Evergreen, and did staff focus groups that evaluated the functionality and determined that it wouldn't meet our current needs. And we wanted to honor that at level of effort by staff. So for now, until or if we do a full-out evaluation of the marketplace, they may come back and participate in that.
So Mike, as I understand, Horizon, as you do these updates, Mobile Circ is a Horizon, the same vendor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So it would be, it sounds like it's easier to transfer what we've got to the new platform they're coming out with.
What the new services, so on Thursday, during staff day, I'm taking the system down and we're going to be upgrading the database and the client applications. That upgrade is going to enable us to start using, they're called the Blue Cloud Suite, which is kind of a silly name, but the idea that it's in the cloud.
It's blue.
And it's blue, apparently.
It's very
like
sad.
Sky, I guess, I don't. Tranquil. So the idea is the database won't change, but it gives us access to these other things to bring into our currently existing service. So a big component of any migration is staff training, right? So the Blue Cloud stuff allows the staff to use the current stuff, which they're familiar with, except for the library catalog, which we'll get into in a few minutes, while adding new services that we can train for in the future as they're released.
I have a question about RFID, which I don't see here. Are we basically, except for implementing self-check at the unself-checked libraries, are we fairly done with RFID?
Yes, all branches have RFID on the CERT desks, service desks, including the rurals now. Those same branches use it on the back end as well. We're in the process of starting an upgrade. You're never done with technology.
I understand,
So we have a new
but I don't
version.
see it here.
Oh, no, it's just part of our business day at this point.
There was one part of RFID that kind of made me interested that I haven't heard happening, was that it was a way to scan the shelves. Is anybody doing that as a way to find lost items or to do an inventory or any of those issues?
Jamie and I did a pilot inventory of the Occidental branch, and it took, has anybody been to Occidental other than Helena? Okay, so it's one room, probably a sixth of the size of this room. Full inventory with RFID took over 8 hours to do.
Wow.
So that's why we've not moved forward with that. Because of the way the wand and the technology works and the shelves are so close together, there's still, you wand, you have to rewind, and then you go back and then you run the reports and clear up any of the discrepancies in it. We didn't find enough of a time saving to, unfortunately, make broader use of it. However, that being said, some of the librarians at Central, the more intrepid ones, have been playing with it. Nancy Sampson, for instance, the new branch manager at Guerneville, have been using it to do just that on a smaller scale.
Okay.
And, there's all these science fiction sort of things with RFID that you can, get smart shelves where everything that's sitting on the shelf will send a signal to the shelf. So if you find a book, it'll just sort of blink on the shelf. Come here, get me.
Whoa.
Oh, sure. Easy pie. So, where are we? Oh, we're moving on to a new objective. And this is the one that you all reformulated last time so ambitiously. So, right now it's stated as improve services and collections to world-class levels. I really like that. Our administrative liaison to the county expressed some disbelief, I believe might be a good word, that we would have such an ambitious goal given our budgetary challenges. And yet, I don't think it's wrong to set it as a goal. In fact, we are a very rich region in the world, and there's no reason our residents shouldn't have access to everything that's out there. That's what libraries do. So here we're talking about how we can collaborate in Objective 5A, developing regional partnerships as they develop, because a lot of things are in flux now in the North Bay in particular. And there are a lot of untapped resources, I keep cutting in and out here, untapped resources in our own region, such as the local academic institutions, Sonoma State with a very rich collection, and SRJC as well, not to mention the law library, which we recently started talking to. So just tapping into those resources could really improve our microphones. I mean our collections. So, any questions on that one?
I have a question on the last one.
I haven't gotten there yet.
No, not.
Oh, the previous
The
one.
previous ones, it's just, do we have any idea of an estimated time of just how that's going to cost?
On the ILS utilization?
Well, on,
Or is that what you're going
the
back?
ones, 4B and 4C are TBD, but are we going to, when do we, I know we've got upper and lower case TBDs, but do we have a time idea?
Well, 4B is part of this fiscal year.
Okay.
That's an ongoing, upgrading and maintaining the networks, an ongoing project similar to,
But we'll have a number by then, soon? See, what the physical impact is going to be determined, but by roughly when?
yeah, I will say the wireless upgrades are about $11,000 is what we've booked in our IT budget this year. And the network, we're having a meeting with the network audit firm on Wednesday, and mainly any upgrades will be staff time.
Okay.
Mike, to be clear, when you say booked already, do you mean in the current fiscal year or in the coming fiscal
This
year?
coming fiscal year, 14-15.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So maybe by our next meeting in March, you'll have a clearer idea of the cost?
Any costs associated, like, yes, the wireless upgrades again is $11,000 in staff time.
Right,
That's already in our budget, not on this document. And as far as a network upgrade, we've received the report. We just have to have a meeting with the actual firm, and it's staff time. It's not maintenance. The only other thing that we may, and this is one thing that we can work on pricing for, is the cost of upgrading our Comcast internet speed, and that would be an ongoing subscription cost.
And then for 4C, I think you already mentioned that if and when we need to replace Horizon, and if there's an open source or whatever it is we end up with, that's a big TBD.
Between $350,000 and $500,000, and that's open
have the-
source or otherwise.
Right, we have that in our capital list of
Right,
things
it
to
wouldn't be within the
anticipate.
next year.
Nothing within the next year. We could start planning for it, though, and saving for it, possibly. All right. Can I move on to, Tim, would you, 5B? I'm looking at him. Investigate and budget
Yes.
for streaming media. Streaming media is pretty much everybody's familiar with Netflix and Spotify and all these services out there now that deliver content over the web. And what libraries need to be doing and are doing is figure out how to continue to overcome the divide between those who can afford those services and those who cannot, and also to assure access to materials that aren't necessarily controlled or dictated entirely by corporations. So that's the role of libraries, and we need to be in that, and there are a lot of libraries doing things around that and providing access for their patrons to media in streaming format. So we'll be investigating those. They are expensive. They're sort of a capital letter TBD, but we would have to look at our materials budget and figure out if we're purchasing materials in a streaming format, does that mean we no longer provide them in hard copy format? When does the format change happen? That's why the word is investigate rather than implement. If we did a streaming music program, for instance, that can wind up costing $20,000 a month for the delivery of those files, depending on how you throttle it. So we need to move into this kind of carefully, and we'll be talking to all of the various vendors that exist. I don't know what more to say than that, other than we just need to be on top of this arena of development. And here comes Mike. Yay.
And that will also play into what we were just talking about as far as the public bandwidth, because anytime you stream anything, you're chewing up the bandwidth. And quite frankly, as we all know, we'll never have enough bandwidth. Never. It's just human nature. You have it, you use it. So we'll have to be factoring that in as well.
Well, and I think just my comment or thinking, reading through this, was that in a system that has a 5-year projection that we are going to be talking about later, might this be something to investigate and really question whether we can afford?
And the question to me is, can we afford not to afford it? Because there's always that danger of tipping over into, irrelevance going forward. And if you had a fantastic collection of vinyl LPs out there, it could be great, but totally useless at this point. So.
And I would like to mention that the future is digital, and there's some new libraries are all digital. No more books, so.
God forbid.
Also, I would just mention that we have, the labs have an incredible resource of student lab members who are all about the digital age, and they might be able to provide, some information about cutting edge, what the kids are doing these days,
Right.
that we might want to incorporate.
Might be interesting to have a youth member lab meeting countywide.
Oh, that'd be a good idea.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I think we should have a youth commissioner, but,
Yeah.
oh well.
Well, there's
I
a
just
committee
want-
at the county you can talk to
Yeah.
about that.
I just wanted
Never
to
too
ask,
late.
you said that there are libraries that are doing this now, David?
Oh, sure.
And what, name a library that does this streaming?
Well, some of the Marin County libraries are offering streaming media. San Jose.
So the San Rafael branch of the Marin Library
I
is?
believe San Rafael is offering some streaming media. They're trying to do things more as a consortium now through MarinNet rather than individual balkanized libraries. The Marin history of many, many libraries offering different levels of service, they seem to be wanting to move away from that. So.
Never mind, I can't remember what I was going to say.
Oh, good. Join the club. All right.
This is a time for public comment on this set of goals. If you haven't, please share your comments, because basically these are the commission and the library's goals for the year, and we need to know what the public thinks about those.
Both of you.
Yes, hi, Kirsten Merrihew from Santa Rosa, and listening to the last several comments about technology, the idea that we would even consider moving, or that it might be some people might think it's a good idea to move into a library situation which is mainly digital, I think is not the best plan. Having both is good, but I don't want to get into a library situation where books are considered secondary. People do like to read books that are physical things in their hands, and I don't think that that's going to go away. And also, I mean, we do need to have consideration for continuing the actual collections of books. And that's one of my concerns, is that in the past few years, it seems to me that the collections have been culled in a manner that is, we've lost some books that maybe we shouldn't have, because it seems to me that we should have at least one copy of some of the books that have been lost in the whole library system. I'm not suggesting that each library needs to have one copy, but the whole library system should have some of these books, because I've looked for some books that were in the past bestsellers, and they're not there anymore. So as far as the costs go, this is a big consideration to say, as you have already discussed, to look at digital systems and say, well, this would cost us $350,000, $500,000. Okay, that's something then that needs to be delayed. It can be investigated, but that's not something that we can afford right now.
Thank you.
I have just one more comment, and that's about on the cover sheet where the interim co-directors recommend that we adopt these goals and objectives to replace the focus and finish. And my recollection was that at the last meeting or the meeting before that, we had said we didn't really want to do that. We wanted to continue with the goals and objectives, and I don't know if they...
Let's go to that in a minute. Let's hear from...
I mean, I said, I'm sorry, that we wanted to continue the focus and finish. Oh, sorry, Dina.
Okay, let's go to Dina first.
Okay.
I don't mind deferring to Helena ever.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that I would implore the commission to hold some kind of a public forum at which the directors and the entire management team and everybody in the library could be invited, but where the public gets polled about what the public would like to see in their public library. I'm concerned about how many seniors are, this is a burgeoning population, particularly in this county, of seniors, and I'm concerned that many of them are not hip and happening enough to manage a digital library, and that just may be one step too fast for the current set of library users. But what interests me the most is hearing from the public. I can't begin to speak for everybody, and I would love for you to invite as many people in the community as could be invited to partake in some kind of a poll that you could send out over the library system, or to invite people into an actual community meeting, which I would beg you to do. Thank you.
Go ahead, certainly.
I'd just like to say, Dina, thank you very much, and also Kirsten, that when and if we actually do a strategic plan, the most important part of a strategic plan is a community needs assessment. And that involves these kind of public fora where you have the ability of people to express what it is they want to see in their public library. So yes, definitely. I mean, you know, we see the public every day and hear from them every day on the front lines, so we have some sort of sense of what's being asked for, but a concerted information gathering effort would be necessary.
Yes.
I would also just like to say, I don't think there's any danger of Sonoma County Public Library anytime in the foreseeable future divesting itself of all the books. I just don't think that's very realistic, nor do I think any of our current commissioners would agree to that. And when you look at where we are in the continuum of no electronic or digital at all versus an only electronic, we're much closer to the none. And we have really taken baby steps in the digital universe we're wading into the shallow end of the digital library universe at this point. And I think this commission is very cognizant of cost and of but in recognizing cost, we also recognize the cost of moving actual books around. I mean, and it's all something that gets taken into the mix. And I would also like to say that this is the type of thing that I think we begin the conversations with the public now through our labs. Because this is, I mean, in theory, we have access to public information, and it's meant to be through the labs. They may not have been working well up till now, but I sometimes bristle at the idea that we have to hold somehow different and special not workshops or whatever you want to call them, town meetings to get the public information, because in theory, the current JPA has that structured into it. I don't think we have the tool, we're just not using it effectively.
Okay, go ahead. Now, Helena, you were question.
Sorry. Again, I apologize to the public for stepping on your time. But I just wanted to discuss with the rest of the commission about the request here by the interim co-directors to adopt the goals and objectives versus the focus and finish, because I recollected our last conversation about that is that we did not want to do that.
How do you see this as different from focus and finish, and why do you think it's better?
As we worked on this document, it became clear to me, at least, that it's very similar to Focus and Finish. It's called something else, but you have the, overarching goal, and then you have the sub-goals underneath, and maybe it's not as extensive and lengthy as our prior Focus and Finish objectives have been. We could still provide, updates or reports at a frequency that the commission would like. I think mainly it's just a little less specific and a little more flexible than Focus and Finish has been in the past.
And I wasn't here when Focus and Finish began, but I think it started before my time. But I think the idea was so that, it seemed like things weren't getting accomplished, and it was a way for the commission to kind of stay on top of outstanding items like procedures getting done, and things like that go by the wayside, and then we're like, didn't we talk about that?
Can I?
Go ahead.
I view Focus and Finish as a little bit different than this, because I know Focus and Finish in theory was our goal setting, and I never saw that as part of the procedure. It was all just, here's the project we're working on, and here's the progress we're making on them. And I guess adding a project to Focus and Finish was somewhat of a goal, but we didn't have them really prioritized. In our yearly meetings, we didn't go through and say, do this project first, do this one second. I like this objective, the identifying 5 major goals and the objectives underneath them. I do think we need a system for tracking progress on those goals, but I would also like to be able to, maybe not every month or whatever, but on some regular basis, track progress of smaller projects as well, not just the 5 major goals. And I think that's what Focus and Finish somewhat accomplished. So I would see this as a really good start, and then I think as an adjunct to it, we need a tracking system for the things the library is more specifically working on. Does that make sense?
Things that aren't in this document?
Yes.
Okay.
Tom, do you have any?
No, I found Focus and Finish to be a little bit too detailed. There was all these specific things and where we are on them, and I got all wrapped up in it, and I couldn't figure it out sometimes. I like, and I've always worked with progress on specific goals, and I think that's what your 5 goals and objectives here would give us the opportunity to do. I would like to see, though, a regular report on each one of them, and subcategories if necessary, but not into the detail that some of the Focus and Finish items offered.
Mary Evelyn?
I agree with Tom. I think we run a risk of micromanaging, and that's not what I think the commission is here to do.
Yeah, I would not like to see a report on the goals backed up by a focus and finish type of document, because all we're doing then is piling one on the other. And I think that just might be more information than we have the opportunity to deal with.
I would not suggest that either. I'm saying that if we're going to use this as our main document, and I like this, and I like this format, and I find it easier to read than the focus and finish, because it actually states some, priorities for me. But I do think there needs to be some sort of tracking, and I don't know what that looks like yet. It doesn't have to be focus and finish style.
May I just express from experience and this is based largely on some of my experience at the City of San Rafael, for instance, how they did their budget. And each department had to come up with goals and objectives. And then there was a quarterly update on progress on each of those. And it would be provided by people responsible for those. So each of these does have a responsible manager or entity who would report out on a quarterly basis. And then you could find out, are we getting there on a regular basis?
Go ahead.
I suggest, because I know our meetings tend to run very long, maybe one way to do it is to have the identified department head, each month the commission receives a progress report on a different item.
Right, rotating.
Rotating instead of
quarterlies.
trying to do it all at one meeting where we then fall way behind.
Right, so that, March is when we hear from
Mike.
goal number 3.
Interestingly, other entities receive this information in a written packet, and in the case of a city, for instance, it's a large report, and they don't talk about each of those in a meeting necessarily unless concerns are raised. So as long as things are going well, and that's where we get to this question of what is oversight and what is management of the library, what is micromanagement of the library, for instance. As long as nothing's going wrong and everything's going well and the objectives are being realized, they don't call people to come report. So this could be something like that, where there's a written report provided, it's part of the packet, everyone sees it, the public sees it, anyone gets to express concerns, but you don't necessarily have to have each manager reporting, and the meetings don't have to go for 6 hours.
I think a piece of the issue is that our agendas and our topics and our issues are extensive, and over the year, we can tend to forget that we had agreed we were going to do X, and it can get wallowed away in the corner, hiding out, just sitting there being undone, like a gifts policy. And so I think what we're hearing is that people don't want that to happen. We don't want to micromanage, but we want to be kept in touch to help us remember that we're supposed to be remembering these things. So maybe a monthly, an alternating, rotating, this is a report in the packet on so-and-so, and that'll give us a chance to be aware. I notice alertness over there.
Well, I'm just thinking that I've been on the commission for 3 years now, and there have been some things that have been really important to the commission that continue to be outstanding and not completed. And so I think, we can't do them, although I've offered to write policy. But, I think that's a concern, like the training, the safety training, the things that are, we don't want to be micromanaging, but we want to push these things through to make sure they get done. And if we don't hear about them, if, we kind of lose track of them, then I think we're shirking our responsibility.
And I would second what Helena just said. I've been on the commission for 5 years, and in that entire 5 years, we've been waiting for the alcohol policy.
Right, and my statement to that has been, how has Focus and Finish helped us accomplish that?
It hasn't.
And so that's why maybe something other than Focus and Finish will help move that along.
And I would agree with that as well, but I do think then a tracking of some sort, and we're, open. I think this commission is open to ideas for what the tracking might look like that would be useful to staff and useful to the commission if I receive, you know, a quarterly report on everything, to sit down and read it all and then discuss everything should we need to, and take public comment on all of it at one meeting.
And an 11-person commission.
On an 11-person commission, seems like things are gonna start falling through the cracks and people are gonna, it's gonna be, which is why I was suggesting maybe a rolling
Right.
update, because then people can focus on an issue at a time.
So since we have 5 big goals, how would you see the staggering working from meeting to meeting?
We have 12 meetings a year. 2 of them are overall overreaching goals, the February and March. So that leaves us with 10. If we had each one of the goals rotate through the rest of the 10 months, that means we would get a twice-a-year update specifically on that goal.
That would work. Of course, next year, if they pick more than 5 goals, you have to rework the system,
Right,
but I
but-
like it.
Paul,
Well, I wonder if this is, unless we need public comment, is it an update by email instead of?
no, it would need to
It has
be in
to
the
be public
packet.
comment.
And if it's in the packet, therefore, that means the public has access to
Gotcha,
it.
okay.
And they can speak to it also. So I think what I'm hearing is that by the next meeting, if that's possible, I don't know how full that agenda is getting already, but that we have a proposal for a way to track, whether we call it goals and objectives or whether we call it focus and finish, we have a proposal for a way to track the progress on the goals.
Did the commission like the progress reports in the quarterly updates? Or are you looking for a different format that maybe achieves something else?
I think quarterly is okay for me. I would like to not get too involved in the detail of it, and I think you might be able to come up with, this is what we think would work. And then
Right.
offer it to us, and we say, yeah, that looks good, but, you know, flesh it out a little bit more.
I think you're hearing, I've been doing a lot of thinking about micromanaging. And I think that there's a tendency to micromanage when you don't think things are getting done. And so I think it's important that there be a way that the commission can track that things are getting done, and then we can step back and not feel responsible for an alcohol policy that we're not hearing. So, I think the tendency to micromanage was a symptom of system-wide issues that needed to be addressed, which I hope we're addressing. But I think what you're hearing is a statement of the problem. And I don't think we can take this meeting to come up with a solution to it. But if you can hear what the commission is saying we need and have a proposal of how to meet that need, that would be helpful. Am I summarizing it correctly, folks? All right. Okay. So your paper is getting nice and long there, and, okay. All right. Is there any further public comment from, because we've raised sort of another specific issue here. All right. There being none, do we need to call a 5-minute, 10-minute break? Sure. Okay. 10-minute break, back at 11:25. Okay, next item on the agenda is the current organizational chart.
And this is my fault. I got anxious because I really want to do our presentation with Matthew and I closed Bruce's documents. So he's having to reopen and it's totally my fault, so I apologize.
Okay, you're forgiven.
Bruce isn't reporting on this item anyway.
I accept his apology, but it was not needed.
All right. Okay, so who wants to give us a beginning overview before we
I will.
dive in?
Okay, so you have the entire organizational chart in your packet. The reason it's here is because obviously the staff is a critical piece of our budget. And before we could start working on the budget, we wanted to make sure we had a current and accurate org chart. So we went through and made a couple of minor changes. We removed, as it says in the cover memo, we removed a couple of the placeholder spaces that had been there for a few years for positions that have basically never been hired. They were great ideas, but have not been realized. For example, the community services manager. We left in all of the vacant and unfunded positions from the 2009 retirement, so you will see those placeholders still in there. And we just kind of cleaned up some of the footnotes that reference who is on an interim basis supervising whom. And it was really helpful to go through the process of updating this because we then used it for the basis for the new account structure and the new budget format. So you'll see later when we get to looking at the preliminary budget that everything is broken down by division, including salaries and benefits.
I'm going to specifically ask Mary Evelyn here because I know that the community services manager has been a pet of yours for many years. Are you wanting it to stay in the form or just?
I think the org chart needs to reflect reality,
Okay,
and this one does.
okay. But you still feel we need a community service?
I do.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to let that not go unspoken. Other comments on this? Helena?
Well, I had a question, and I think I understand it on some of the pages, but on page 9, where you have Nancy Fulmer in 2 little boxes under the Occidental Station.
Mm-hmm.
Could you explain that to me?
I'm going to let Patrick explain that one because he had to explain it to me.
Okay,
I had the
good.
same question.
It's there to preserve the position allocation. In other words, originally there were 2 separate individuals filling those spots. And if Nancy were to leave, it gives that branch manager the opportunity to still fill 2 separate positions. They have different schedules. And part of the reason for that is in the MOU, we're not permitted to create new positions that are less than a half FTE. So by keeping these in here, they're basically those positions are grandfathered in the organization. At some point, a manager could say, you know, we're never going to have a need to have 2 separate positions there. But right now, it preserves the flexibility should that individual leave.
And at this point, by the way, the branch manager position at Guerneville has been filled?
That is correct. Nancy Sampson will be transferring over there on March 11th.
Any other comments from commissioners?
I have a question. Do we have a breakout for the materials management division?
We do.
Which page is that? I'm missing it.
Page 4. Do you not have a page 4?
I have a page 4.
Okay.
Where is our interim co-director, David Dada, on this list?
He is in the Public Services Division,
Okay.
which is page 6, under Collection Management.
Okay, so this is just my lack of understanding. Why is collection management not acquisitions?
Sort of for the same reason that reference services would not be acquisitions or anything under materials management. It's a public services role of filling information needs for the public. With them every day, all the time, constantly, so no fear.
Since I take every opportunity I can to talk about literacy services, on page 6, under children's services, the looks like the adult literacy services is under that. Is that the correct place for it?
Well, ultimately, it may not be the correct place, but as it was pointed out, this org chart reflects reality, and that is the current supervisory line of supervision. That was redundant. This is the current line of supervision. It's been assigned to Kathy DeWeese to supervise adult literacy. We could have put it under collections because I'm on an interim basis supervising adult literacy, but that's only because I'm the interim co-director. So we would have had to move it. Never mind.
Okay, but it reflects reality. Okay, thank you.
And then I have one more question, but first I'd like to thank everybody who worked on this, and it's really great to have something that really pretty much reflects reality. And then I have a question about how you allocate positions to the branches, because some branches have more library twos than others, and library techs, and so I just don't understand that. So, and maybe this is not the place to talk about it, maybe we don't have time, but I would be interested in, at some point in the future, as to figuring out, understanding that better.
I think we should.
Could ask Keo possibly to respond to that if you're willing, Keo.
And it doesn't have to be today, it could be.
Just briefly, though, I think we could mention it if it's convenient for Keo to address that.
Well, these allocations been developed over the years and based on the needs of the branch, the size of the branch, activity levels of the branch, expertise needed. In one instance, some branch managers requested we need more tech group than the librarian group, and we listened to that. And then, we haven't done huge adjustment, but we always are listening to the needs of the branch.
Thank you.
I continue, every time we get this, to be, I don't know, slapped in the face is the appropriate phrase, but with the holes. I think the important ones to note are, we often talk about and I agree that the early retirement incentive, the lack of replacing those positions in the branches have far-reaching, rippling, close to tsunami effects. But I think the other one that we don't talk about often enough is the holes in the management team. And there are some definite places that do not have somebody in a facilities manager or a director of IT or any of those positions. I think we need to keep in our minds an awareness that they provide service also, management and public service brand, the other part of the employee pool all serve the public, and that the management team is not separate entity, but that they support the library too. And those holes I don't want to have left unmarked. I think that, for example, had we had a facilities manager during the remodel of Sebastopol Library, things might have been different there. So I just want, as we're rebuilding the library at some point, after the tax initiative passes with flying 70–80% vote, that we don't forget the management aspect of the library.
I had a question. So in this chart, there is a distinction between vacant and unfilled, unfunded. And does the $300,000 to bring us up to full staffing levels include funding the unfunded positions here?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's just providing substitute time so the current employees can feel free to be sick and take vacation.
Right.
And not burden their fellow employees. Other comments about this chart? I would like to make a proposal regarding the agenda. I see Matthew sitting there patiently, and I know he's a part of item 4.5, and while he would be invited to lunch, I don't see that he necessarily needs to stay to hear the wonderful 5-year financial projection. So I would suggest we move to the digital branch report before then, and so then it might be, after that might be a good time to break for lunch. But
Great idea.
okay, so, people agree with that? Yep. Okay, digital branch, you're on.
Before Matthew starts, I really want to thank him for stepping into, when I stepped into being interim co-director and taking over the guidance of this committee so wonderfully that I haven't had to really think about it much. Thank you, Matthew, very much.
You're welcome, and my babysitter thanks the agenda rearrangement. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Last year, my name is Matthew Rose, the Sebastopol branch manager, and have been working with a great group of staff on the digital branch project over the past dozens plus months. And we started conducting staff and public surveys that indicated that we need to focus our digital branch efforts on a single point of access for all of our resources, an uncluttered visual design that included clear navigation for access to all of our resources, and a full-service branch that includes staff to better utilize our digital resources that we have and had paid for and will continue to pay for, all of which are a digital extension of our physical offerings, accomplishing all this with the non-platform specific tools. A recap of where we have been and how we got to where we currently are. The first step was called strategy sessions, and I'm depressed that we can fit so much work into 2 small words, but there's a lot of work that went into strategy sessions, and the same for the second item that we did, research the work resources and consultants. Recently, we contracted with Cherry Hill Company to design our backbone of our digital branch. They're a California-based company that works on public libraries a lot and have a great amount of experience in developing a content management system. We're currently building the digital branch and hope very soon to test and launch the site, and then refine and continue to build over the course of forever. This is as of Saturday, and we hope soon to have something that looks a lot more like this. Really? Just wait. No. Wait till this next slide. We would like to have the home slide, a picture of a local author with a local co-interim, co-something. Rotates and highlights different things throughout the page. Currently set up for 3 different iterations. We can add more, make them more clear. Wanted to zoom in for David's face there. A closer look at 2 things. One, I'm not proposing that our slogan be changed to site and development. We're just want to point that out, that this screenshot is a site and development, and all the data in this presentation is continuing to be built. Also wanted to zoom in on the navigation that starts with locations, continues with events, downloads, and research. Those are in a rough order of the demands of our public and our current usage. People want to get to our physical locations. They want to attend events either in person or, say, streaming commission meetings. Want to access our digital resources. And the whole digital branch concept is to bring into a closer ratio our digital offerings and our physical offerings.
Do you want us to hold questions, or can we ask as we go?
Is this about David's face?
No?
Go ahead.
Well, so is the previous page as of Saturday, are you going to get to that digital page through this, or is the digital page going to be the front page?
This will be our home site.
Okay, so if somebody comes here, and let's just say they've been using the library for 57 years, and they're used to your other, let's just call less attractive page, but they look at this page and they say, how do I put a book on hold? Where do they go? What do they do here?
Okay, so on the top left, I'm sorry, the top right is the search bar. I don't have a zoom up into it, but it is, part of the goal is to have a single point of access for all of our content that would search our catalog and our website, and hopefully more when we implement what Mike Daw is going to talk about, all in one spot.
You might want to label it, search here for real books or something,
Yeah.
hard copies.
Yeah, so
So
right,
people understand, because you're going to get a lot of calls from confused patrons.
Absolutely.
Let him go.
Sorry.
yeah, currently we've got the green bars where our current search bar is, and that is a limited search of our library catalog. That moves up to the top right, has somewhat similar branding, but is a more powerful box.
Okay.
There he is again. Wave. Our current site contains a lot of traffic where users go to look. Our traffic is looking for our locations and looking for things to do at our specific branches. The digital branch does not take that away, but it makes it a more powerful thing, where we've got a sample of our library events filtered by audience, filtered by branch, cleaner layout than our current events, and then also ties in some of our online options that you could have. Another path to get to our physical locations in our physical library. Most sites should have this. We definitely will have this, but we'll improving it with some bells and whistles, like the staff and stuff, more information, more readily available, walking maps or driving maps depending on your location, some pictures and events. The events aspect is not something that we're duplicating effort. It's being pulled automatically from other aspects of the website. Most important aspect of every library is the people.
Someone else's. Startling.
Sonoma County Library has amazing strength in its human resources and the people who work with our public. The digital branch has the option of providing staff for the digital branch and highlighting the staff that are in the physical branches. For example, commissioners can have contact information, biographical information, location information of where they are. I'm not just picking on you because now I've got me in here too. We've got our roles for our staff, what we're reading, a little bit more about us to get to know the people that help you every day. This is not a required aspect of our site, it's just some options that we can have. The digital branch will have audience-specific data, especially for kids and teens. This is not a new concept, but it's a reorganized concept, something that's more visually driven, has a left side navigation, easier to find. We're transferring content over, but also taking this opportunity to create some new content, specifically on the left, the bottom link of early literacy, as well as our parents and educators tab to try and strengthen our contacts with schools and other organizations in our communities, and then providing some more information about the early literacy efforts that we do, all with clear navigation. Our current website does a lot of these things, but our digital branch does more, does it quicker, does it easier, and with a flexible workflow. So the picture on the left is our back end where we have our multiple users. Jenny's an excellent webmaster, but with the digital branch, we can tap skills throughout the system to create content and maintain the digital branch. Here is a section of the website in its editing mode. You can see that the staff don't need to have coding background or programming language, we're removing those hurdles to get some talented staff to contribute to this digital branch. I'm not done. What's missing?
Catalog.
Besides the catalog.
We have a catalog. I was hoping the commission would say, where am I?
Well, I was wondering where the agenda and the packets are.
Right there. At the bottom of every page, we have the footer. All of my screenshots conveniently left this out, but it is very important to have at the base of every organization and thus at the base of our webpage, where we'll have about us, about you, and how to support us. That's a lot of deep information that's categorized in a very accessible and clean way. And lastly, we are taking steps towards our digital realm. The digital branch is responsive to screen size without any coding, without any effort on behalf of the people accessing our page. Here's what it would look like on a rough tablet phone size screen.
I had noticed on the bar up at the top, there's children, there's teens. How about adults? That's a big group that uses the library, and there's educational and there's events for adults also.
Correct, and that audience at this point does not have top-level navigation, but it is something that we are discussing adding, specifically for the adult literacy, automatically filtering the adult events, and then looking at the parents and educators.
I think the library needs to be careful in saying we have adult books.
No comments. We have books for adults.
I have a question about, I currently find it really awkward to search for audio or ebooks. I can go through Overdrive, which I do feel like I want to throw through the wall quite often. I'm not quite sure, I probably could get a tutorial on how to find them specifically in the catalog, but since this is the digital branch, is there an emphasis on quick access to the digital elements of our collection?
The top-level navigation does include a download section. I'm trying to get to a screenshot of where that navigation is. Let's just go back to David. I like looking at David.
Does that download take you to the Overdrive?
The downloads link is the third one on the top-level navigation. It does take us to the, currently it could take us to the Overdrive.
Or other options?
And there will be other options listed. Mike might touch on other options to help us alleviate the headache that is Overdrive's interface. That is a technological, relying on the vendor to fix that is difficult, and the options that we have to fix it ourselves are also limited. So we are looking at a perfect medium of getting data easy to us.
Okay, because it would be wonderful to be able to look for a title, like, what is it, Goldfinch? Is that the big? And see in the catalog the digital version and how many people are waiting for it and so forth.
Mike's much more eloquent on this topic.
All right. And the other question I have is, if I go to that search box, is it preset to keyword?
I'll touch on that too.
You're going to touch on that. And when you say it's staffed, what does that mean? That there's now going to, I mean, we have the web person.
We have the web person.
And that's who the staff is currently?
Currently, and that she does a fantastic job of maintaining a site that is huge.
Okay.
Breaking up the workflow to allow individuals throughout the system to contribute is a major boon and kind of sells this website.
Okay.
We currently have 14 staff members signed up to edit and contribute and develop content on the site, as opposed to 1, 2.
But I'm thinking when you say staff, I'm thinking, and I may be, I mean, I've thought incorrectly a couple of times in my life. One of them is, like, for example, in that chat function, is there any possibility that I might be able to go to the chat function, hit a reference librarian, and say, how do I find out about X, Y, and Z? I mean, the public service staff is part of what I'm talking about.
That is a part of the digital branch that we are planning on implementing, having a chat service available.
Okay.
We're not sure the bottom of the page is where it belongs. We think it should be higher up. It's also going to be something that's time dependent, and we haven't solidified the workflow and the staffing, the logistics of staffing a chat client at this point. We know that we want one. We know that we're going to have one. We just don't know how it's going to be implemented.
Because currently I could call a reference librarian and ask.
And that is a great way to get to the physical location, but having a digital branch to offer the services in a digital realm includes being able to ask the questions, whatever is, any way that's convenient to the patron, being in the library and asking at the desk, calling us, emailing us, texting us, chatting with us.
And one other final comment, and then everybody else can too. But we're talking about walking and driving maps. Would you include a list at the local libraries of what public transportation may stop at those libraries?
That is the plan, is to do a community survey and have more of the branches input data that's relevant to their community, including access to that library. The map feature does have a public transit link to it. So I said walking, it also includes bicycle paths and driving directions.
Other comments from folks?
Yeah, I have a few. I'm looking at the existing site, and one thing that, on the existing site, it was my account, and is that going to be included? I know this is a work in progress.
The My Account function, did we talk about where that would go?
Not specifically, however, it's built into the discovery layer, as it were, and so.
I think our best, the search bar is our best guess, right?
Search bar will be up there. I think that the My Account does have need to be on the front side, just like Amazon or Netflix or whatnot, that you can log in and see what's applicable to you and I.
How much money we owe?
How much money?
We owe.
And the other thing that was right on the homepage here was, and that refers to what you asked, Tim, was download ebooks and audiobooks was a button, right?
Yeah, and to get to what you want is to download the book. Counting clicks from that link to the actual download of the book, we're going to try and cut out about 5 clicks.
Gotcha. Okay.
And is Mike going to talk about when it's going to be ready? Or is that?
We are looking at middle of March to do some testing and review. I think that's an ambitious goal, but it's a goal that I would like to see come true. So we're working on that. The testing and review phase is something that might take longer than anticipated. Remind me, Focus and Finish said March.
I think Focus and Finish originally said January for a
So we're right
test
on
site
time.
to be available, but we did experience a setback over the summer that pushed us back a bit. And so we're still on timeline, taking that into account, I think.
So on close to a little late, but maybe we can temper that with the budget that was approved last year for the digital branch. We're coming in roughly 20,000 under. Don't anticipate going over at all, but staying under budget.
Other questions from folks? We have a second part?
We have a second part. I get to talk too, again. I would add to Matthew, addressing Helena's question about the rollout. It's a staged rollout. So as Matthew discussed, the library site, the new homepage and all of our resources, the digital branch, that is a part but not a whole. What I'm going to be talking about is the discovering the next library catalog. That's not going to be ready by March. So that's one of the things we'll be working on next. It'll pop up on the screen now.
Mike, can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get organized. but I will speak into the microphone for you. And try not to scare everybody while I'm doing it. All right, one of the big things about the library catalog, it's one of our most important resources, and at this point, it's not delivering the resources that we have. And that's a big part of our outreach that's falling through. What we're looking at now is what's called the discovery layer. Well, what's a discovery layer? So discovery layer is a single point of access to all of our resources, whether they be the books in the library, the downloadable audio books, ebooks, licensed content such as journal articles, periodicals, the community website that we're looking at, all of our stuff in one place. So I think it was Tim that brought up the point of, well, what about the ebooks and the audiobooks and Overdrive? Well, the idea is it's one interface to search for all, like one ring to rule them all. It'll be all right there and we'll be able to access it all. I had to, I'm sorry. I'm probably going to throw some more out. I can't guarantee anything.
Yeah, but that ring was not one we necessarily wanted to.
No, it's not. This is the ring that we want to throw away.
Yes.
So this is the library website. You know, you're not going to be able to see as much on the screen as I had hoped. I apologize, but I'll walk you through what I'm showing you as we go. This is our current library catalog. It's been around for 9 years now, and it's basically an old school online library catalog. It searches our resources. There's not a whole lot of bells and whistles to it. You search for Fahrenheit 451, and you get the results here. I apologize, you can't see it as well as I'd hoped. The book is number 2, but if you spell it with an E, not an A, you're just going to get this screen. You misspelled it. Try again. Do you want to search outside of our library system? It's not very helpful. One of the biggest things that it lacks is the suggested spelling. You know, we want Amazon, we want Google, we want Netflix. That catalog is none of those things. So as we're looking at other things, we're looking at an effective single search box where you can type in spelled wrong that book title and find it. You want to integrate all of our resources into one place so you're not going multiple places. You want some better relevancy ranking so that things that you're looking for pop to the top, like say Google does. Ease of navigation is one of the things that carries through in all of these aspects of the Digital Branch project. We want it to be easy to use, not only for the kids that are down with all the bells and whistles of social media, but the older library patrons or the people that have been using the library catalog as it is for the past 10 years. We don't want a huge transition between the two. We want to make it easier. That being said, Seattle Public is a good example. They actually have their catalog and then they have a link to former catalogs. So those that do want to use the old library catalog still have access to it. The thing about the discovery layer is it's going to sit atop Horizon. HIP's not going to go away. HIP is Horizon Information Portal, the public catalog. The public catalog is not going to go away. It's just we're going to provide another layer of service above it. We also want to have it be interactive and fun to use. I'm not a Facebook person myself, but the option for people to like it or to star it like you do in Netflix or even write mediated reviews, stuff like that, bringing more enjoyment to using the catalog. And also Matthew touched upon responsive design, the idea that regardless of the size of screen you're looking at, whether it be a laptop, an iPhone, an iPad, a Microsoft Surface, right there, it's going to look well, or it's going to look good and be usable on all those. And also multilingual, not just bilingual, but the option for adding new languages as time goes on. Spanish, of course, is going to be the biggest thing that we're going to work on first, given our population, but that doesn't necessarily have to be the only other language we look at long term. So we looked at many different examples of possible discovery layers, and we continue to look at more. David just gave me the contact information from one of the examples not listed here, but the 3 that have kind of risen to the top, at least from this perspective of the presentation today, is BiblioCommons, Circe Dynex Enterprise, and WorldCat Discovery Services. Each one of them has its highlights and its failing points. You know, Bibliocommons, you know, I went to Sur La Table, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago for a cooking class. And I was looking, they always tell you to go around and look at stuff. Here, you want to buy this and you want to buy that. And they had a case of cooking knives, and these cooking knives were $1,000, and they were gorgeous, and they probably never go dull. But that's all they do is cut one type of food. Do we want something like that, or do we want more of a Leatherman or utility tool that maybe not quite as flashy, but it does a lot more stuff for less price? Bibliocommons is the big name in the game as far as replacement library catalogs. And their Damascus steel chef's cooking implement, it never goes dull. It's great. It's hosted. It is updated and maintained and continually developed by the developers. It's expensive, and it's only a library catalog. But on this library catalog, and again, I apologize, I really, on the bigger screen, was hoping for more visibility. You have, when you go to it, you have your rotating cover images, so you can see recently added materials. You have different areas of interest on the left, stars on the right to show that people have been reviewing and adding the different interest levels for the materials that they've found within the catalog. On the second half of the screen, you'll see some search results. One of the things, and this is the thing that I really wanted to point out, and I'll just tell you, the thing that has impressed the group the most, and I think Matthew was in love with this when he saw it, is you can type in juvenile DVDs. And that list right there that you can't see is a list of juvenile DVDs. Titles have nothing to do with the search terms that I used, but there's logic built into it that said, I'm looking for juvenile DVDs, and that parent is going to have a whole list of things that they can take home from their kids. Enterprise, it's not as flashy and it doesn't do as well as the Bibliocommons on that one aspect of it, but this is Circe Dynix's federated search discovery layer. So you have your facets on the left. It has a suggested spelling. So when I do mistype Fahrenheit 451, it's going to say, did you mean? And then I can still get to it. It's also going to link me to my e-resources. So maybe I'm a college or high school student, I'm doing a research paper on the book. It's going to take me to the scholarly writings based upon that we have in our databases, which to this point don't get used nearly as much as they should, and that's what the discovery layer is going to really help us with. And then discovery services, that's WorldCat's new service, their option. You got the single search box, your Google box. Below it in the gray bar, you have the multilingual options for it, and it's WorldCat, which is a huge organization, so there's Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, French, all these different options as far as multilingual. They also have the faceting, again, with being able to search for your e-resources, your online stuff, your books and materials that are in the library. And the cool part about this one is when you don't find it here and it's a book, it's OCLC, and that's going to link right into our ILL. And so it's going to make it easier for people to interlibrary loan. Getting a book from Berkeley or San Rafael or LA. It's going to make it easy for people to get stuff from there as well.
When you say multilingual, does that mean that what you see on the screen is translated, everything?
Not everything. What's in a cataloging record, say Harry Potter, everything in that specific record of Harry Potter, if that's the title, you're going to see Harry Potter on the screen. However, the tags that are used, all the search terminology of the interface itself would change to say Spanish. The different facets itself, names and data won't change, but the way the interface is labeled would.
So if somebody types in Harry Potter, but they're Spanish reading, and Harry Potter comes up and they click on it and it goes to the next layer where there's a description of the book, is that going to be in English or Spanish?
The description of the book will be in English. However, we also have Spanish language versions of Harry Potter, which should float to the top at that point.
Okay.
And of the three, is this least expensive?
Which one's the Leatherman?
Bibliocommons is the chef's tool. Enterprise has advantages because it's a part of our current ILS package, Horizon. It's a middle price, and this is the least expensive of the three. This one, we're hoping to actually test it, beta test it at a nominal fee to see what it can do for us without making a commitment to any one of them.
It seems like Discovery Services is the one that has the multilingual.
They all do, however, let's see, they all do indeed. This was the one, I tried to pick slides that would, each one would show a different facet of what they could do. OCLC has the most multilingual options, but they all have Spanish. Some of the other examples we were looking at, EBSCO Discovery Services, which actually David just the other day said, hey, they came out with a new version, here's your contact information, we should give them a call. That's one of the things on my to-do list this week. Serial Solutions was more aimed at academia. It wasn't as what I would call user-friendly for the average library users. Viewfind is an open source, as is Evergreen. Open source are great, but they need a dedicated programmer in staff. So then what you're not paying for the actual product, you're paying in in-house development. That said, Viewfind's great, it's just not practical given our current staffing levels. Innovative Interfaces, III Encore, they're another expensive product. It's a good product, but it's expensive. And then Evergreen, we looked at that. That was one of the things that Horizon has, its biggest failing point is the public catalog. And that's one of the things that really shined with Evergreen is they had a good built-in public catalog. However, as Jamie touched upon earlier and David as well, it didn't meet our needs as far as the staff interfaces, and there was money to be spent in that regard. So our next steps, well, we're here to talk about the budget. And so that's one of the things we're doing is we're wanting to secure the budget for not only this part of that project, but the other parts of the digital branch project in the next year. We're continuing to explore options as far as what Discovery Layer will work best for us. That being said, at some point we are going to have to make a choice, which is choosing the product, and then implement it to the public and run.
Ballpark about the expense. Is the expense both a combination of initial and ongoing?
Yes. There's always, with any of these, there is an initial implementation fee to get it up and running and an annual license.
Okay.
I'm, just as a public outreach thing, I'm not sure we should call it a digital branch because a lot of people are going to think of that as something separate and apart. We are upgrading the entire interface of the library's system. I mean, you will go to the new digital branch to find the hard copy that you want to have transferred to your branch on a hold. So it's a bigger project than I think when you say digital branch, people think, why are they spending money on that? They think ebooks, and I don't think they even think audio downloads anymore. So just as a public outreach thing, when we're explaining it, I think we need to make sure people understand it's not just a digital branch we're adding, it is incorporating it.
Yeah, absolutely,
entire
100%.
system.
The way I look at the overall project and products is we're reinventing our public face. People walk through our doors and they get helped by us every day, and that's great, but we have millions of people that see us via the web, online from home or on their phones or whatnot, and we're reinventing how we look to them to make ourselves more presentable, more fun, more user-friendly. A digital branch is, you're right, it's a bit jargony, but it's really we're reinventing how we present ourselves to the world.
Online presence.
Online presence.
My question is totally separate, but I realized it coming through, and your mention of Google, and your mention of, Matthew's mention of, this is how most of our users use our current website. And I know that the library is in its marrow and DNA committed to confidentiality of data. But obviously, you're being able to analyze how people use the website. So do all of these involve some sort of data analysis of the users?
Not the users specifically. What we have on our website, it's funny that you mentioned Google. We use Google Analytics, and so Jenny does. As Matthew stated, she's a great a web manager. What she does is it counts and analyzes visits, not who you are, but say I came in. One of the things it does is it looks at the landing pad. I come in from the internet. The first place I go is the homepage or the catalog. That's a landing pad. And then the next thing it does is where do you go next? If you go to so on Matthew's presentation, it talks about the arrangement of the top toolbar, for lack of a better way to say it, and having locations be first. So for those people, the landing pad, the next place that they went was they wanted to know about information of the location, Sebastopol, Central, Sonoma, et cetera. But we don't take individuals' information. No, privacy is very important around here. Very important. We don't, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to restate that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you did because it's taken very seriously.
Other questions? So this is $70,000 that you would love to have in our next budget for the continued implementation. But once you decide whether we're getting the Cadillac or the VW bug, that we need to, that's going to be another expense down the line, correct?
The $70,000 isn't just for the discovery layer. As Matthew said, we've been squeaking more out of less this year. And so the $70,000 is going to get used on the project. And it's just going to be a prioritization of those things. Bibliotheca Commons is the most expensive. WorldCat is the least expensive. But what that means is if we buy the Cadillac or the Ferrari maybe,
right.
Then we would put off maybe doing chat reference. But it's still part of the project. And since we are able to seemingly continue to get more, we would try to figure out a way to get that next or something along those lines.
But when you're talking about expense, since this is the budget workshop, are we talking $400,000 for are we talking $80,000?
For Bibliotheca Commons, the top end of that for the first year was, I think, $65,000. After that first year, which is part implementation, it drops down to $45,000 a year. That being said, it is the best at promoting and displaying our library resources, which we spend. How much was the materials budget every year?
Databases and for ebooks combined, somewhere around $350,000.
Okay, so what we're doing with this budget is finding the best solution to make sure our previously spent monies are being utilized.
Okay, other questions, Julia?
I do have a question. So public access, people come, they go to the computer here at the library, and they want to search for, I mean, everybody talks Google, but there's different search engines they can use. Does Google automatically come up on our computers, or does something else, or how do they get to it from our?
So on the catalog computers, they don't. Those are locked down, so it just searches our resources. On the public internet PCs, there's a variety of options, and you log onto the internet and you're given the custom homepage for the public internet, and it has a variety of popular email choices, searching. I think that the Google is most, without a doubt, there. Bing might also be there, Yahoo, so they have the choices to get there.
Is there a way for us to structure our page to encourage people to use Good Search and to have our home pages give money? Because Good Search is it's a search engine that is run by Yahoo, but you can sign up to have a charitable contribution made for every search you do. It's like a penny or something. And you can sign up to have the Sonoma County Public Library Foundation receive your penny for each and every search. I mean, it adds up, and it adds up pretty quickly. The foundation gets a couple $100 a year from the few of us that use Good Search and have designated them as our contribution. But I'm thinking if we need money to fund digital branches, perhaps changing our digital access at this moment to encourage people to go to Good Search and have that money be designated, explain to the foundation what we're doing and ask if we can have, and then, try to raise some of our money
No, that's a
for
good idea. And like I
digital use.
said, on our search, on that homepage, it provides multiple search options. So I will talk to Jenny about that.
Okay, any other commission comments?
So how are you going to decide? And how soon do you think you'll decide?
How are we going to decide is we've already been playing with and testing the different interfaces that we can choose from. And part of it is we've talked to each of the vendors, had web sessions with the vendors, and then just testing and playing with. Playing sounds very...
Exploring.
Exploring, thank you.
Yeah.
I play with stuff, that's how I learn.
Right, I understand.
And then taking into account what works best with how much that item costs. Like I mentioned earlier, we're looking into the possibility of getting WorldCat sooner rather than later to test for staff so that we can start looking into as that's being the cheapest one, will that cheapest one do what we need it to do? The one piece that up to this point WorldCat's lacked is the local availability to say that I'm searching at Central and I want to know the books in the Central Library branch. That part of the puzzle is coming in July. So if we went with that, it's not going to be any time prior to July, which happens to be when the next budget year cycle rolls out anyways. I would like to be 100% honest, I would have liked to have gotten a better public catalog about 6 years ago. And so, being that this is my job, I want this done sooner rather than later, so I'd like to get it done within the next 12 months. It's not going to be in the April, May rollout of the new public website, and that's why I called it a staged rollout. But as far as I'm concerned, I want it, yesterday, but I want it this year, most certainly.
Before we leave this topic, I just want to thank you guys, all of you, the committee. This is really quite impressive, and I've wanted a new catalog for maybe about as long as you. I just am very impressed with the thoroughness, and I think we sometimes let that go by when we start getting into the weeds about it, but thank you.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate what David said earlier. Matthew has stepped in and done a really good job spearheading the committee and keeping us in line and moving forward with these projects.
Okay, is there any public comment requested on this item?
I just have a quick question, and that is, what is the cost of the other two? You've told us what BiblioCommons was.
Sure. BiblioCommons, as I mentioned, was about $70,000 for the rollout. With the Circe Dynex project, it's $19,000 a year. However, we have service credits, something called Blue Cloud Rewards. It's a customer appreciation discount, which brings the price down closer to the $13,000 range. And then the WorldCat Discovery Services is $8,300 a year. And the reason why we might be able to use it this year is if we order it before April, end of April, I think, you get a 20% discount on that, and we have credits with OCLC. So that first year would be at a very nominal fee.
That's only a partial cost. That's only a partial.
Yes, that is a good point. As Jamie has pointed out to me and Matthew pointed out to us, we spend a lot with OCLC already for the other services we use. I don't have that number specifically, but it's a nominal addition to what we already use.
Okie dokie. Any further questions from the crew? Comments? Thank you very much. It's time to break for lunch. Let's go.
Are we going to get
Let's-
food and then keep going, or are we going to?
Let's say we'll reconvene. If we reconvene at 1:15, does that give people enough time? a break?
Sure.
No, she's going to stay through the budget.
Well, I'm looking at our thing. I'm going to stay as long as I can.
Okay, all right. All right, reconvening at 12:47. We now move on to that, back to the agenda item 4.4, the 5-year financial projection. And now we get to hear from Bruce again.
Okay. So as I mentioned during the introduction, one of the things we did this year is put together a 5-year projection for the library. And I want to point out that in the projected numbers are only items that are included in the draft 2014-15 budget. Used in terms of projecting for the future year, as well as, you know, well, from 14-15 now. There are some unfunded needs list. There is an unfunded needs list that includes several high priority items. And we'll review those too when we...
Are you saying that's not part of these projections, those unfunded needs?
The unfunded needs are not in the projections. Okay, so the print's a little small on this one. Some of the, as we move on, it'll get better. So you may want to look at the handout. Some of the things I think that are, you know, worthy of comment here. The first one being the revenue estimate for 14-15. So the library is basically a single stream source of revenue. You know, 95% of its revenue comes from property taxes. So in talking with the tax manager, the property tax manager at the county of Sonoma, next year they're estimating that property taxes will rise about 1.5%. There is a technical reason why that number appears to be somewhat, you know, low. And that is because the California CPI at the end of, and I believe it was December, but it's the number that, it's the CPI that the statewide that property tax assessors have to use in setting next year's increases, was about a little less than 0.5%. Which impacts the Prop 13, if you remember, you know, Prop 13 says that property taxes can only go up 2% a year. That's if CPI is at 2%. And so if you got a 0.5% of CPI, all of a sudden, I guess there's some good news for property owners in Sonoma County that your property tax bill is not going to go up very much next year. But for the county, for the library, either is your tax revenue or your revenue from property taxes. Intergovernment revenue is, there's some property tax, there's a segment of property taxes that is in there along with some grants. Charges for services, you'll notice that that's dipped down a little bit, and that's going out and looking at historic, you know, going back, looking at last year, and looking at where we are now to date, just coming up with what I think that the 13-14 is going to land, and just projecting that at a flat amount.
Can I ask, what are the services? Charges for services?
Charges for services, the biggest one is delinquencies, you know.
Oh, this is our fines and fees.
Right, right,
Okay.
fines and fees. You have, you know, copies, I think you sell these earbuds and flash drives, etc. Then there's some miscellaneous stuff that we pick up. Mostly, I think the miscellaneous is coming from money that we get from Mendocino, and because it's Lake that we do business with or provide services. Then you'll see as we go down the projections for salaries, the extra help, CalPERS, other benefits, services and supplies, etc. So you get down to a total there of the total expenditures of $16,046,000. Then there's an appropriation for contingency that the county is a requirement that we have that in our budget. So that's why you see that 25,000. And you see we're almost 400,000 into the deficit in terms of having a balanced budget that's based on operational income supporting the operations of the library for the general fund. I think that it's important to take a look at what's not in the budget. As I mentioned, there's some higher priority items that are not in this budget. Continued contribution for OPEB. Just a reminder, the commission did allocate $500,000 of fund balance in the current budget of 13-14. Sustainable staffing, we've reviewed that item. You'll notice I haven't projected it out. That's one of those items that would grow as time goes.
Is that the sub-budget, or is that the replacing? What do you mean by sustainable staff?
Sustainable staffing is to backfill for vacations and sick leave.
So that's the one we just talked
Right.
about? Okay.
When we take a look at our needs for capital and assets and projects, you'll see ranch carpet and seismic shelving, and that's not in this current budget. And we'll talk more about that here it's actually the next agenda item. And then the extended hours, that's opening on Monday, and I believe it was 2 hours on Saturday, additional hours. You can see that's kind of a big ticket item, and I haven't increased the costs on that as it would grow as time went on. And we don't have a provision in the current budget for annual funding of fixed assets and replacements, although there is some money in one of the reserve accounts for that. But on an ongoing basis, I think there are there should be some additional contributions made on that line. And so now you start to see, when you get down to the bottom there, how bad it can get, or is, in terms of not having enough money to pay for the operations, ongoing operations of the library, and what some might consider, just minimum level things. So, question? No.
Can we go back to the previous slide? I had a question about the other benefits. That's healthcare, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the estimates in there, do they take into consideration the changing healthcare laws might be changing our projected expenses for that, or is this just based on what's been happening in the past?
This is just based on what's been happening to date and what we expect we're going to be, having to pay next year,
Okay.
and just extending that forward. And healthcare is one of those, it's really hard once you get out more than a year, or even, well, I think once you get out past a year, people will be talking about, oh, it's leveling off, and then all of a sudden, you get 10% increases because of one thing or the other. So back to the unfunded things. These are not in the draft budget. And I know there are some things here that are near and dear to people's interests. So when you take a look at some charts, this one was just taking the numbers and charting out the revenue projection versus the operating projection. And as you can see, the operating costs just start accelerating away from the projected revenue line. And it's, indicative of the problem. One could look at this and say, well, the next couple of years don't look too bad, and we'll worry about, what's going to happen in the third and fourth year. I think that's just a big trap waiting for you. It's like driving 60 miles an hour down the road and ignoring the warning sign that the bridge is out. Because some of these costs we know are coming. PERS, if you didn't see the news lately, has adopted a policy concerning mortality rates, and that recognizing that people are living longer. It's very expensive. And we will see increases in our rates 2 years out. And that's one of the things that's driving that first upslope of the operating expenses starting in 2015-16. The revenue, you can say, well, maybe you've been too conservative on projecting tax revenue. I doubled my estimates and we were still underwater. So I'm confident that the library has a financial crisis in front of it. And to the degree, you might want to debate the degree, but there is a financial problem right now on a longer term basis when you look at the financing. or the revenue and expenditures. This chart just took, basically it's your draw on reserves. It's, you know, your expenditures exceeding your revenues. And you can see the first couple, the 14, 15, and 15, 16 don't look all that bad. A few $100,000. Again, someone might want to say, we've got adequate reserves. It's what happens once you get past that. And also keep in mind that there's no provision for your OPEB, there's no provision for sustainable staffing, there's no provision in here for opening on Mondays, etc.
So am I reading this right, that if we do absolutely nothing in, by 2018, 2019, we'll have wiped out our reserves?
Yes, pretty much. Here's a chart of your reserves. And what I did here is the blue line is all of the reserves that you currently have, less the stabilization balance. And then the red is the stabilization reserve. So you can see from 13, 14, 20, 14, 15, you start to draw on your reserves. 15, 16, you draw some more. You continue to draw until you get to 18, 19. You're now living on your stabilization fund. You have no reserves, no other reserves.
Excuse me, what is the stabilization fund?
The stabilization fund was that, you know, the rainy day fund that the commission set up, and it's 12.5%
Oh, okay.
of your reserve, of the expenditures has been set aside. And then that part is actually broken into two pieces to deal with different circumstances. But you're basically, if you do nothing and just say, well, we'll just see how it works out, well, how it's going to work out, you're going to end up depleting all your reserves. And you will not have increased any of the service levels. You would just be going along as you are.
And as you said, this doesn't include the additional needs list, the OPEB.
Exactly.
And just for my drawing of lines, our current contract with the employees ends at the end of 15?
3, 13, 14, 15, I think it goes through 15, 16, right? It's a 3-year.
15, 16?
Yeah.
So your projections for the increase in salaries basically includes the current contract, and as of the 15-16 year, there will have to be a renegotiation process.
There'll have to be a renegotiation, but I did, I think, continue some sort of cost of living. Let me just pull that up here real quick. Yeah, I've held it constant, so whatever the cost of living was in the 3rd year of the contract, which I think is about 1 or 1.5 at the 3rd year. I've continued that there would be some sort of cost of living, slight. But if you back that out, it's not going to make a material difference in the outcome on these charts.
Bruce, would you generally describe our problem as a revenue problem or an expenditure problem?
I think it's a revenue problem, number one. And the reason I say that is, the library, as I mentioned, is, somewhere between 94, 95% dependent on tax revenue. Well, when the bottom fell out in 2009 and continued on through, maybe 2012, 2011, 2012, there just hasn't been enough time to get back to prior levels. I think I took a look at where we are now, or where we're estimating we're going to be in 14, 15, and I think that's just back to 07, 08 levels. And so I think number one, it's a revenue side problem, but there is this element of costs are accelerating in certain areas.
If we don't obtain a new revenue stream, is there a way to cut costs so that we can balance our budget and maintain the current level of service, or we would have to look at service cuts?
Well, I guess I'll address the unspeakable. You're a service organization. And the amount of money that needs to be in order to balance the budget and turn the tide here it would be reduced services of some nature. And I'm not talking about a couple hours. Something almost as close to, closing another day. Or, it would have to be significant. It's not a pretty future.
But were we to close another day, the only way, aside from heat and air conditioning, the only way that there would be a savings involved in that would be a reduction in staff.
Yes. And, the prior reduction, the prior closing, it fell on the backs of extra help.
Right.
You reduced extra help, if I remember correctly, about 300,000. And then you had you had early retirements that offset a prior loss of revenue. And that was, how things were brought into alignment up until now. What the future is that without an additional revenue stream at a minimum, to give you several years for the property tax to catch up. When you read about, when I talk with the tax manager, Chris, they just don't see property taxes, going back to, 2006 and 7 and 2004 levels where it was, just escalating almost out of control, is that they see more of a kind of a shallow increase in terms of the line for additional revenue from taxes, from property taxes. And so, unless there's an additional revenue stream of a fairly significant amount, at a minimum, like I said, to provide the library with additional funding for what would have to be several years for tax revenue to catch up. And even at that, you have these unknowns out there in terms of, healthcare, retirement plans, et cetera, that are driving the costs. Another observation is one could say, well, no, tax revenue is going to increase. We're going to have some, the economy's recovering, et cetera. In order to have increases in revenue, from my perspective, you would have to have some increases, you would have to have some inflation come into play. If you have an accelerated business activity, it's going to, you're going to have some inflation start coming into play. And when that happens, then you also have to adjust your, the expense side. Because now to run the library is going to cost more. And there'll be more expectations if there's inflation. So it is a serious situation in terms of the current, it's the out years. When I say out years, I mean you'll be drawing on reserves if you just take the budget the way it is this year and next year, and then really start drawing on reserves. But things like the OPEB funding, without some sort of commitment, I think, in the current budget on strengthening that commitment, if the Board of Supervisors is still the deciding factor, they may question that. And then you have some infrastructure issues. You have, your service levels. You have a lot of competing interest and they're expensive for limited resources. So what I'd like to do here, as I said in the beginning, is to try to just keep transferring knowledge and information and move through a couple more of the agenda items, and then we get to the budget and policy. There is one little bit of good news.
Finally.
I was talking with the property tax manager Thursday or Friday, and one of the cities in Sonoma County, I believe he said it was Cotati, has given up the fight on trying to protect their redevelopment money and has turned it over. And the result of that is the library will get approximately $100,000 from that. So it's, take any bit of good news you can.
They're still going to go for their ballot measure, aren't they? Their tax,
I don't.
sales tax thing.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
Is this the worst case scenario, the medium case scenario, or a nice case, a hopeful case scenario?
I think it's a medium. I don't think it's the worst case scenario.
But things could be better, but we can't operate on that.
Yeah,
But they could be.
I don't think it would be wise to assume that things could be better. An example is next year we know that the property revenues are going to go up property tax revenues our revenue, the library's revenue, about 1.5%. I think I projected, and I didn't project, this came from the county's property tax manager, to maybe 2.5% after that. Yeah, 2.5% after that. Just a steady line of increases. Like I said, I doubled that, and it still would be drawing on reserves. And then I would be concerned that now the expense side is low because in order to double that kind of growth, I believe there would have to be some inflation built in to match that up. But then, even then, you still have the unfunded needs list. So you would still be millions underwater.
So how much, you're talking about trying to find another revenue stream for some limited amount of time while the property taxes catch up. How much per year and for how many years would we need to not run out of money in 5 years?
Well, if you,
What's the minimums we would need? So
yeah,
we
the
know what we're
minimum
aiming for.
need is, if you agree to the rest of the budget, and we'll go through that this is the minimum needs, you could see $1.5 million, about $1.7 million, something like that, each year additional.
So roughly 2 million a year for how many years for the taxes to catch up?
Oh, I would give that 8-10 years.
Okay.
Well, this is such cheery news that we've kind of been expecting because we got a preview from the Revenue Committee at the last meeting. But if I can speak to this, it's we need to have a way to effectively communicate this to all the concerned constituents. I think there's a history of mistrust of numbers. And were we to come out and say, this is the 5-year projection and things look bleak, I could foresee somebody saying, so what else is new, so aside, I know that you're giving us this from the standpoint of how we look at our proposed budget for next year. But given the fact that it's also responsible to notice that the bridge is falling apart and that we're going to be hitting the end of the road soon, I think we really need to also figure out how to effectively communicate this. We've got the possible tax initiative as a way to increase revenue. We've got the 2%, 0.5% chance that the state might come back someday and decide we'll give you more money, but we can't depend on that. But the communication of this information in a way that people both understand and believe, I think, is critical. And I don't know the answer of how to do that, but I just want us to be aware of the fact that we are often in the position of having to make these decisions without people understanding that they're based on a reality. I don't.
Yeah. In 2010, I was the interim chief financial officer for the city when back then Measure P became an issue, and it was a similar situation. I really didn't believe that, I was sitting in the office looking at the numbers and saying, oh, well, I don't think anybody understands what's coming. And doing projections, doing financial updates, you need to get, the friends,
The labs.
Maybe the PD might be an option to, just get the word out about the reality. And, we can sit down and we can talk about the numbers. We can go through each one of them. And I think when we get finished, there's a reasonable amount of reliability on them. And they're not set in stone, but I wouldn't anticipate any significant changes unless,
Other comments from commissioners? Handing out the Kleenex for the tears. But is there any, okay, public comment on this aspect? Do you two want to say something? Public comment on these numbers? Okay.
and that's the positive part of my, no. So the next item, 4.6, is the capital and fixed assets. Here's another worksheet that several people in the organization participated in developing.
Who?
Pushing the wrong. Pardon?
Can you name some of the people, some of the,
You know, the facilities people on some of the facilities items, going, like the digital branch in terms of getting the money in, you know, including that. Things about the bulk office ergo, some needs there in terms of ergonomic desks and chairs. IT in terms of the Horizon servers, self-checkout. So that's, I'm relying on the information. This isn't something that one night I had a dream and,
no, I
Yeah.
understand, I just want to,
yeah, no, I appreciate that.
it's a public meeting and I want the
Yeah.
public to know who was involved in giving us this information. Go ahead.
So I understood almost all of this, I think, about the cost for these items, except for the central library sprinkler replacement.
Which was $1.
Oh, yeah, the $1. That's a placeholder. It is a critical need. We just are having trouble getting an estimate on how much it is. And I'm sure everybody knows we did have an event with our sprinkler system downstairs.
No.
Oh, it went off.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, my,
Down in the,
This was several months ago, but one of the sprinkler heads burst and the floor in closed stacks got covered in water and a little bit of the collection got soaked.
Ruh-roh.
So usually these kinds of things, you know, they try to warn you that I'm tired and worn out. And, you know, this was one sprinkler,
of many.
yeah, of many. So it's felt that the system should be replaced. And we don't know how much.
Aren't typically carpet, parking lots, and roofs and HVAC, aren't those the city responsibilities?
In some cases, and let's just go to the next page here.
before we go to the next page, I have a
Okay.
quick question. What is FAR?
What is,
It says, oh, asset replacement, okay.
And I guess do we need to spend $3,000 a table? It does seem, for a height adjustment, I mean, how many are we buying? Why do
That's
we
for,
need?
That's
Um,
for economic.
Okay, and in terms of what we're responsible for and what the cities are responsible for in the buildings, I would anticipate that will be the subject of lease negotiations, as it has been in the past. But should the new joint powers agreement, even if it doesn't, we need to have uniform leases with all of the different cities and buildings as to who's to what. And I think HVAC has traditionally been with the cities. I don't know that carpeting has. We may have done that in the past.
So I went through about half of the contracts, or half of the branch libraries, the contracts that we have. And two of them called out carpets as being the responsibility of the cities. It's the good news. Unfortunately, those were the ones that we just took care of here a year. Yeah, Sebastopol and Sonoma, we took care of here a couple years ago. So when you look at the carpet replacement, you see that there's several of them that, in the opinion, they're in need of replacement. Now, the one that caught my eye is seismic shelving. And if you're going to do seismic shelving, you would do it when you did carpeting. You just maximize that effort of emptying out all the shelves to do the carpeting, and then when you put stuff back, you would do the seismic work. So there's quite a need there in terms of what you might think of infrastructure. Some of these cities that are listed, we may be able to say that the carpet is on their side of the table. We may not. I didn't find specific wording as we did in some of the contracts. But the thing that I think that we start to run into is, even if it is one of the city's, responsibility, if they don't have any money, they're going to be sympathetic, but they're going to say sorry, and we'll put it on maybe in a couple of years.
That's the history in Petaluma, by the way.
Right. And so, it becomes a troublesome item.
Why is Petaluma so expensive?
It's a big branch. But one of the things
But they have a trust.
I will say, and I have no power over this decision because it's the Petaluma lab that basically has that power. But within the projected remodel options for Petaluma that didn't go through, the Petaluma lab was willing, and the Friends have put aside money for the eventual remodel, and a piece of that remodel plan was the shelving. So there may be some sort of working out that may happen. One of the things, if I may put on my Petaluma hat for a minute, which we try not to do, but there's been a general principle at the Petaluma lab that we try to, with those bequests, we try to not necessarily do something that the rest of the library system would do for every library, but we don't get that service because we have this extra money. So that would be the balancing issue about looking at that. But
Can you explain to them that we don't have the money for everybody?
I probably could, taking off the Petaluma hat and putting on the commission hat, so.
Some of the special revenue funds say that can be used for facilities stuff, right?
There are
Yes.
3 funds. One of them is for facilities. I think that's the Dr. Buffum Fund. Happens to been my father-in-law, so I understand that one pretty well. And that was essentially for paying for the remodel of the forum room. But it was what was tapped, I believe, for the desk remodel at the current remodel. So building improvements is a piece of what that is. And so far as I know, the heirs are not going to be completely upset if it's used in a different way. But the other two funds are just generally for the advancement of the Petaluma Library.
Is the sizing shelving a state requirement?
I'm sorry, a safety requirement?
Yeah, I know the state has come in and you have to do a lot of seismic retrofit. Is this part of it?
I don't know. David, do you have any knowledge on, are we required to do something in the next year?
They're not requiring every library in the state to go retrofit for seismic. That would pretty much bankrupt many, many libraries throughout their state. But anytime a sufficient amount of work is undertaken, those things can get triggered, is my understanding. And I'm looking at our facilities guys, and they're sort of nodding. So that you're obligated to undertake that work if you go over a certain amount of money that you're spending on general work in that area. So as Bruce said, if you do the carpet and you spend $50,000, you're going to trigger seismic requirements at the same time, effectively tripling the cost of the carpet. Or, Dave, did you have a comment on that? Do you want to?
Then that, in fact, would trigger ADA requirements, because then now you're at another level of money. But we're pretty current with the ADA, so I just think, so something we experienced in Sonoma with just doing the Burlingame Hall thing, we all of a sudden, now we had to do this and then that, doing this work, we had to do that work, and then that work, we had to do this work.
If I could just say about the carpets and the seismic shelving. I think the biggest reason for that those are, I see them as hand in hand, is you have to move, to do the carpet, you have to move the entire collection. If you put back the unsafe, and most of the shelving that we're recommending being changed is unsafe, if you put that back, then you're going to have holes in your carpet where when you do seismic shelving, then you're going to have to redo your carpet again. And they just really go hand in hand. If you're going to go through all that trouble to remove your collection, weed your collection, move your collection out of the space, why not reorganize it with, and if you are going to reorganize it, then you are going to have new equipment, which will be seismic. Why not just do it at the same time? It's one of those things where, yeah, you could do it separately, but in my mind anyway, they really require being done at the same time if you're going to do an entire building, recarpeting an entire project. And when we have done smaller projects, we have redone the shelves and the carpet at the same time.
And it may not be a legal requirement, but I'd like to have our libraries have safe shelving. Just would be nice, I think.
But then, am I correct in reading this, then there would be, for the 14-15 year that we're looking at now, there would be roughly $750,000 worth of carpeting and seismic shelving that is needed?
Yeah, if you were to do all of it at once, that would be the case. I think as we move on, we have a recommendation about this, but we probably don't have the capacity to do it all at once. I mean, not just financially, I mean, just monitoring the project and project management, those kinds of things. Are we ready to move on? Okay.
On this item still, yeah.
Well,
Or do you want to
the last item, or the last page, where I call just awareness maintenance items. So most of these items are the responsibility of the cities or the owners of the building. But there again, when your HVAC breaks and can't be fixed, and the landlord doesn't have the money to replace it, they're very sympathetic. But we have the HVAC problem. And it's just something to be aware of in terms of where we are on just some infrastructure things and some of the unintended consequences of public agencies have just gone through a terrible financial time, and they're still working on coming out of it.
Bruce, what does the, under the roof replacement, the comment for Healdsburg and Rincon? Never?
They're probably in a multi-story building, and we got the bottom floor, I guess. No? Then,
We put that in the case of Rincon Valley, it's a slate roof. So essentially, it should live longer than any of us. And the Healdsburg Library is a tile roof. And essentially, that's, again, something that you virtually don't have to replace within our lifetime. So we just kind of said, we don't have to replace them.
Thank you.
Also, the column on HVAC where everything is in 16, 17, we didn't have actual years yet. So I just put them there so people can see what would be the impact. And the last comment I have on this item is this goes a long way toward meeting the goal 3C of documenting what the capital is for your reserves. Okay?
Questions, comments, more? Anybody? Any public comment on these items?
But these projections assume we stay in the buildings we're currently in. Because I know Healdsburg
Yes.
had talked to us about moving at one point. I don't know where they are with that right now.
It's dead.
Brought it up recently, so we're okay.
Okay?
Moving on to special revenue funds.
Did we take public comment?
Well, I asked for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Special revenue funds.
Special revenue funds. I provided a couple of numbers here. And I think when we get down into the budget policy, these will become relevant. So maybe jot these numbers down, or I can pull this slide back up. But we currently, right now in our special revenue funds, have about 2.4 million of special revenue funds that are available for book purchases. Of that number, you can see 1.790 is from Petaluma. And our balances right now in the special revenue funds is 3.596 million. And I expect that we'll end the year somewhere in that range, although we are spending some money, some special revenue money this year. We're also bringing in special revenue money. So
So the 1.79 from Petaluma, would that be for purchases that need to stay in Petaluma because it's designated for Petaluma use only? Or is that they go into the system and can be moved around?
If they were, let's start with the if, my understanding of the first if. If they were used to buy books, they would be for the entire system.
Okay.
They wouldn't need to stay, I mean that.
And-
But the other thing is, you need to understand that the lab, the commission ultimately, I believe, has the say over those funds. But the general practice has been that that's been the decision of the Petaluma lab. And the Petaluma Lab has a policy that it established when these first surfaced, that we would only spend half of the interest that those funds generate for the enhancement of the library. And there was a major request, I believe in historically what's happened is a good part of the principal was used to pay for the remodel of the forum room in Petaluma. And that took much debate and discussion. And then there was a request when we were first looking at the idea of remodeling the entire Petaluma library, that a portion of that 170, what, the million, would be
1.7.
used for that remodel. And the lab was very reluctant to do that.
What is the current interest that's being drawn on that? Does anybody know annually what the trust is being increased by?
We get a report every time. I don't know that,
You mean in terms of earnings, interest earnings?
yeah.
I mean, if the lab's policy is to only spend the interest or half of the interest or whatever that is, what are we talking about? What is that?
It's, yeah, it's virtually nothing right now.
It's minimal right now, and this was done at the suggestion of David Sabsay that we could, that's the way that the funds could grow. But then the interest rates dropped quite a bit. But it's about 12,000. And the current policy of that, of our lab in Petaluma is to hold that money in, the general policy of what happens is the branch manager will come to a meeting and will say, here's what I would like to do. That money's been used to pay for lighting improvement, the front door, opening doors, remodel of the branch manager's office, various things throughout the years. But the general practice in the last few years has been to save it all for the ultimate remodel of the building. So I don't believe, you could maybe answer this, Paula, more than I, but I don't believe that we've spent any of that money in the, except the money from the Buffum Trust to pay for the remodel of the desk.
And do you think it would be worthwhile to send our interim CFO to make a presentation to your lab about our financial situation to see if they might be willing to change their policy for the next year or two to help with things?
Can I ask, though, could we let Bruce maybe finish
Oh,
with
sure.
the special
Sorry.
revenue presentation? Because there are some proposals that we're making here. So
Okay, but
it'd be really nice if you could hear those and instead of trying to strategize ahead of time. So that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. So as I mentioned, these numbers will become interesting as we move on. Another observation and something that I've found kind of a challenge is we have significant balances in the special revenue funds while they appear to be related to specific libraries and for specific purposes. So then they don't get spent. Because if it's for a new building, the balance just sits there. Or if it's for some other purpose. And like was mentioned, the concept that we'll only spend half of the interest income, which was a common thing, is a common thing in trusts and these kinds of funds. You just don't get very much out of it. And when we move on to getting down to the budget policy, this question will come back on the table again about special revenue funds. Okay. So I guess, do we have any comments or are we ready to move on?
I'm sorry, did you want to say, I mean, I know we're going to get back to it when we get to the policy, but there were specific ideas starting to float forward. Could we just sort of give a little preview of what the policy approach to the special revenue funds would be, or one of us could do that if you're not comfortable doing that, or?
The short story is having a one-year short-term financial plan to get through the next year, and to use special revenue funds to subsidize your books and your books purchases. That's the short story, and then when we get to the end, I'll talk about some of the current budget policy issues in terms of doing that, and get some, of course, commission direction on how we want to deal with this.
Okay, so if we're going to leave this particular sub-item on the agenda, is there any public comment? Okay, being none, bring it back to the commission. We now move to establishing an OPEB trust fund.
Okay. So I think everybody knows what the OPEB trust fund is, and OPEB is an acronym for other post-employment benefits for the library, things like the retiree health plan. So the commission designated $500,000 of general fund reserves in 13-14. The current policy is pay-as-you-go for the annual retiree benefit costs. The current actuarial report that we have calls out the annual required contribution to pay for to fund not only the current, but the future liability at about $1,275,000 a year. On a pay-as-you-go, we're paying around $537,000. So consequently, annually, we're building this unfunded liability for future payments. The real issue here is, it's like an iceberg sitting out in the ocean. You only see the tip of it. And so every year the payments go up a little bit. The line doesn't look all that steep in terms of increases until you get about, you get around 8 or 10 years out, and then all of a sudden the line turns, it just goes vertical. And what's causing that is this accumulation of more people retiring, and so it adds to the cost of the benefit, and people living longer. And it just goes along, and then all of a sudden the line just turns and starts escalating. And it gets to, it becomes a huge burden on organizations, and that's what this GASB 45 was all about, was identifying this, calling it out, getting it on the table, and forcing people to deal with it, and not be just passing it off to the next commission or the next generation kind of thing. One of the things that is a good business practice is setting up a trust for these funds. And you end up transferring your money. And just as an example, if we set up a trust in the next, 2 or 3 months, we would transfer the $500,000 that's been designated for OPEB to a trust administrator. And that money can only be spent on OPEB costs. It works somewhat like a dedicated savings account, if you will. Only one advantage is with the trust is that your interest earnings would be more than what we're getting from the county pool right now, and probably always. And they have multiple levels of risk in terms of your interest. So you can pick where you want to be in terms of, you know, really conservative, a mixture, you want to be speculative. Not too many people pick speculative. But nonetheless, the returns are more than what you would get if you were investing the money yourself. That will help on your actuarial assumptions. Because when you have that, an actuary now can take that into consideration and raise the future earnings. And it has a significant impact on your, well, it has an impact on the ultimate amount of unfunded liability. It lowers it. It does, and something I meant to mention back when we were looking at reserves dropping is you get to a point, the library gets its first check for property taxes towards the end of December, maybe the beginning of January. And so we get very close to not having enough cash to pay bills. As you use reserves to run the library, you are in essence reducing your cash. And so you would definitely be moving towards, you would be in the borrowing business to maintain your cash flow. Now, initially that might sound really terrible. The county does have a program where we can borrow from them at a very low rate and bridge the gap. There's a lot of other agencies, they make use of a program that's offered by, I think, the League of California Cities. But this transferring money to an OPEB trust has a similar impact. You're moving cash out of the county pool over to a trust administrator. But nonetheless, I think the benefits offset what might be needing to have the county cover our cash flow for a few weeks in December. The cost is low, 0.14%
To run the trust.
to run the trust. There appears to be two major players, CalPERS and a company called PARS. I did go out and take a look. I found a survey by the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers, and it had about, I don't know, 10, 15 cities on there, and all of them, with the except of maybe one, it was CalPERS or PARS. It restricts the funds, requires the transfer, may lower the total cost managing OPEB trust. So the purpose of this agenda item is to get some feedback in terms of, should I go forward and get some proposals from CalPERS and PARS? Would the commission be interested in taking the next step of firming up the obligation in terms of financing the future OPEB costs? One last thing is, I meant to mention here, we are currently having another actuarial study done, and all the data and everything is in the hands of the actuary. And hopefully we might have a new actuary report before the next budget workshop.
Is there any reason not to do this?
From my perspective, there's no valid reason not to. The one major drawback would be the cash is in the hands of someone else, and it's to be used for OPEB costs. Worst case scenario is you could draw on it to maintain pay-as-you-go.
That was my question. Two pieces. One of them is the proposal that will be proposed is that we will take this initial 500,000 and put it in. But there is, I imagine, an assumption that we will continue to contribute to this trust to some amount over a period of time. So that's an ongoing expense.
Yes.
The other question I have is, do we say we're going to continue to pay as you go for the next 5 years and let that trust, who decides when that trust, when we need to draw on that trust to pay? In other words, is there a way in the establishment of the trust, because for example, we could use up the whole trust the first year and pay as you go? Or are we building to the future so that we do pay as you go as long as we can do it, and then some commission in the future decides we need to use it? So that's two questions.
The first one, I think, is would be driven by the trust documents, the intended use for it. I think we could pursue whether there could be some protections in there that only a certain percentage of the trust would be used in any given year, or something like that. It is intended to mitigate the costs when the benefit costs start to escalate. So, I would never envision that you would put so much money in there that you actually are paying all of your OPEB annual costs in the future. It's merely to mitigate, take that steep line and try to lower it a little bit so it's not such a burden as they increase. There is also an aspect of the library's OPEB is that the new contract, calls for the continuing healthcare benefits being paid up to retirees up until Medicare age. So you'll have this natural mitigating factor. Only problem is it's about 30 years out. Is that new employees, when they come on, their retiree benefits, presumably may be only 5 years or something like that. But there is that issue that you now know the total population that you're going to be dealing with, or that the library is going to be dealing with. And so I think this OPEB is a good thing for the library in terms of just future financial management. It's a good practice, and it shows a commitment to living up to your obligations.
Do we
So I'm-
have $500,000 now?
Yeah,
We've already earmarked it.
We've already.
It's cash, though. We've
Right.
got the
Yeah.
cash there, okay.
So I've been burning to tell you what the financial committee thought about this, because we met with Bruce and we talked about this as well as the special revenue funds. And I think Julia wasn't at that meeting, but Susan and I were at that meeting, and we both thought it was something that the commission should go ahead and do. It shows a commitment, I think, to the employees. We promised to pay these benefits. And I think the intent of the commission when we set that $500,000 aside
I actually was there.
Were you there?
I
I'm
was
sorry.
there. But I had a question just to clarify. We don't anticipate the administrative costs being more than the interest we would earn. We would anticipate the other way around. The interest will pay for the administrative costs plus some?
Yes. Yes. To far exceed the administrative costs. The only reason I'm kind of hesitating is, I don't know, 2009 when the stock market dropped 25%? Well, you might not have, enough interest there to, if you got, this huge loss. But I wouldn't envision that you would opt to take an option that's all in equities.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So we currently, the county's our treasurer, and we invest with their pooled money, and they follow the best practices and whatever the requirements for government investing, for safe investing, so there's not a big risk to the principal. I would assume that CalPERS and what's the other one called, PARS?
PARS.
Both understand and know what the government calculated risks allowed are, et cetera, and they come within those guidelines as well?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different. As you mentioned, government entities have this obligation that the number one interest is preservation of principal, and then you consider interest earnings, and they also have made many types of investments, just not part of their investment policy. Where with CalPERS on the OPEB trust and PARS, you would have an option to pick almost like a mutual fund kind of option, a mix. And so, like I said, you could choose to participate in one fund of investments, and it might be very conservative. Or you could choose to pick in another one that would be moderate or even more.
I guess I would assume, and maybe we need to check with our lawyers to make sure this assumption is correct, that even that the library is, although we're an independent special district, we are under the government rules of what type of investing we're allowed to do, and that would apply to OPEB trusts as well. So we would have to make sure that whatever the administrator of this trust was doing fell within the government guidelines, because I think we're required to follow them at all times.
Right.
But I may be wrong about that, and we might want to check with county council.
Just as a note, the county of Sonoma has their OPEB with PARS.
Okay.
And you would be coming to recommend to us the level, you are the new CFO, would be coming to recommend the level of our risk. And I mean, we
Yes.
don't need to look at that and decide that ourselves per se. We would have a recommendation.
You would have a recommendation, and if it ends up being me, I can tell you it won't be the high interest earning option.
Right. I have another question, because I might say just at the beginning here, I think it's a great idea. My concern is the other part of the funding, the continuing of a method to contribute to the trust and the pay-as-you-go. And I just have an idea, I don't know whether it's a good idea, but it's that perhaps we, given the fact that we have lack of money, but had we money, I would like to suggest that maybe we think of our ongoing contribution in relationship to a percentage of our pay-as-you-go fee. So that instead of thinking of a set, another alternative is a set, we pay $100,000 a year into this trust. But another one might be that we agree that it's 10%, 20% of what our pay-as-go is, so that our pay-as-you-go system is related to how we're thinking about the future. I don't know if that's a good idea or not.
No, I think it's a good option. You know, I might suggest that rather than hinging on the pay-as-you-go amount, is to hinge on the amount that the actuaries, the difference, that 700,000, the difference between the annual contribution and the pay-as-you-go. So you take a piece of your shortfall and you do what you can to, you know, to erode or eat away at your shortfall. I mean, there's lots of options.
Yeah, but those will be coming from staff.
Right.
Okay. Any other comments about this?
I think it's a great idea. I think, you know, we can't not do it.
Right.
Agreed.
Okay, we're not taking an action on it now, but that's the general trend. Could I survey folks? We're about to go into the preliminary budget. I'm looking at some fading. Do we need about a 5-minute take breath, stand up? Let's do a 5-minute break.
Turn around.
Okay, 7 minutes. Reconvening, now moving on to, first of all, be noted that Julia left and is not here any further. We're moving to the draft preliminary budget. Bruce, why don't you?
Gee. 3 minutes, okay. So, item 4.9. So the first page is a summary page of the preliminary budget. And as you can see, the operating revenues, operating expenditures, our expenditures exceed our operating revenues by $137,620. And then when you go down and add in the capital expenditures and appropriation for contingency, we're up to $398,121 of expenditures over our revenues. So that if we just left it the way it is right now, that would be a draw on our reserves of that amount. So then the next slide is the revenue slide, and went through and picked up the major categories of revenue and came down. You can see we are bringing in more revenue. Primarily, the taxes up 712,000 we're anticipating, but overall 685,000 in additional revenue over the 2013-14 budget. Then we go to the expenditures, and you can see our salaries and benefits up 283,000. Our The capital is just about the same, just a little bit lower. And our capital expenditures are a little bit lower. And our services and supplies are a little lower than our 13-14 budget. Nonetheless, having what we consider a very tight budget, there's still going to be 398,000 deficit, which you will notice is a little more than half, or less than half, of the current year budget projected deficit, which isn't going to pan out to be a deficit.
That's a question, can I,
Yeah.
having been here many years, it seems almost invariably that we don't have the deficits that are projected.
Yeah.
I mean, am I right in that? It feels like.
Well, I can tell you that the current budget had some cushion in it.
Okay.
At least from all appearances. And as it's panning out, because even we were able to absorb the contract payment, that one-time payment of 2.5%.
A little more than 2%.
Yeah, a little more than 2% payout in the current budget without coming to you to get more budget money. Some of the expenditures, aren't as high as we thought. And you can see that what I had in here, we were going to come in at, I think, around 27,000. We were estimating negative if we go back to the earlier worksheet. And then you add to that, if the county actually is going to send us an extra 100,000, we're probably going to come in a little bit in the green, to the positive. The one thing about what we did when we developed this budget is we were more focused on what we thought the actual numbers were going to be at June 30th of 2014 and built our budget on that. So I have a level of confidence that you don't have very much cushion in there now. And we're still going to be in this, deficit condition. And if we got some extraordinary payment that we didn't know about, it would probably be a problem, and we would probably, have staff, the new CFO, whomever, would have to come back to the commission to get more appropriation. I think you have a budget. What's being proposed is an attempt at saying this is what we think the numbers are really going to be.
Budgets always are that.
Another thing that I'd like to take a minute here is to talk about the new, well, maybe we'll stop for a second and let me continue on. Let me talk about the new account structure. So I mentioned earlier on that the county is converting to a new financial system. The library is going to migrate with it. It provided an opportunity to implement a new account structure. Now, the big opportunity here for the library is just being able to have access to data and more readily available, sorted in logical ways, etc. So to give an example, if you look at that chart up there, and not to worry about the numbers, but where you see the 1, 2, 3, the current library budget, you would say, is at the 2 level. It's just the library. And so you have an account number for, say, contract services, X dollars. You really don't know. You have to do a lot of digging and research to find who does the contract services budget really belong to? Which department? Which section of the library? What we are moving toward is where you see that number 3, that will be our new level of budget control. And then the numbers off to the side going further right will be even subsection or sections that will have data available. That when you move a year from now to the cost accounting, you'll have all this information down at that subsection level, and you'll be able to then start reporting on it. So, let's take a look at, and again, not to worry about the numbers, but more kind of the structure, the heading up there, is this first one is a summary page. So you can see your departments as you, the first 2 columns were just the annual budget as of December and the year-to-date expenditures. And now you can see the draft budget preparation. And we have the departments, public services, materials management, administrative services, information technology, and executive services. Those are your 5 departments. And it comes down and you get your total budget down at the bottom right hand there, which would be a number you can't read. So now we'll take a look at one of the subsection or one of the departments, and you have public services. So a subsection of public services now becomes administration, central library, regional branches, collection management, children's services, graphic services, grants. So now we've broken it down even another step into more detail. And now you're developing a budget based on that. But as comes July 1, we will start coding and paying bills based on these. So the costs will, when we pay a bill, it'll get charged to one of these subsections. And then if you wanted reports of all of public services, you would do a summary report of all the subsections under public services, and you would get that. Or if you just wanted to know how much is children's services costing, how much of our resources are going towards children's services, you put in that coding and you would get all of the children's services costs from payroll, our salaries and benefits, and expenditures, services and supplies. I think I just put the salaries and benefit pages up because the numbers get so small you can't. It's hard to read now, and you couldn't even read the headings. So you see the same structure. Here is materials management. Same thing, you have administration, cataloging, acquisition, delivery services. Information technology, IT support, training help desk, systems, internet, web. etc. Executive services is just an administrative column. Administrative services, administration, budget, finance, facilities, human resources. So this was a new endeavor for the library staff, an adventure. Breaking down the budget this way and working with the county in terms of setting up the new structure. And we're still continuing to work with them. But eventually, when we get to a point where we have a budget, it'll be this kind of information detail that'll be rolled over to the county. And that'll become the county's budget, and that's how you'll charge things out. Now you can turn to your respective department managers and say, this is your budget, and you can be held accountable for here's the resources to run your operation. And you need to, live within your means or live within your budget.
This is a considerable burden, though, on the people in the accounting to make sure that coding is done properly, because this is an enormous amount of information, and I know it's very valuable, but the person who is doing that coding, I have some experience with medical coding, and it's absurd what they require of you. If you bandage something, did you put on a dressing? Did you put any kind of a drug on it? And they're all different codes, and it just scares me that this is going to be so voluminous it becomes of its own weight just less useful.
I understand what you're saying, like in the medical field or some, and I've seen some municipal systems where they wanted to be able to tell you down to the penny how much does it cost to paint the no parking curbs. Well, they spent a lot of money to do that. For the library, this is actually shouldn't be that onerous, and it won't be the county. It'll be the library staff. This will be one of the new tasks and training effort of the library staff in terms of this coding, a new coding structure. It'll also be online. And we'll get an invoice. We'll scan the invoice into the system. It'll be a batch number or a unique identification number will be attached to it, and it'll be processed electronically for approvals. Who received it, who approves it. It'll have a hierarchy of person received it, the manager that's approved it when it comes to accounts payable to be paid. That kind of a process is what the library is moving toward. And, if you take it to its ultimate end, you would be moving towards a paperless type process. Typically what starts, you continue to get the invoices. You keep them for a year after you've scanned them and paid them, etc. You get rid of the invoices. You rely on your electronic records. As time goes on and you become more experienced and have some expertise in it, you can talk to larger vendors and they can send you their bills electronically. And you start processing them without paper. And that's the move, where things are going. And you find even medium-sized companies, they'll say, oh yeah, we'll send it to you electronically. But here it won't be that much more coding.
It's a great system.
Yeah.
It almost makes me, I would stay on the commission just for the fun of this.
Sarcasm.
To be able to delve into that detail. Whoa. What? I'll try. I have a couple questions back at this original summary.
Okay?
Capital expenditure and appropriations, is that in terms of?
That's a contingency, appropriation for contingency.
Okay, that's the contribution to the,
That's the requirement that the county places, that we have a contingency, an appropriation for contingency of 25,000.
so basically then, that's 35,000 for capital expenditures. Are those, I may be inappropriate here, but I think of capital as fund balance. Are these part of the ongoing expenses, or?
This is, if we go back to, and let me go back to the capital
Okay.
worksheets.
4.6.
Right here.
We're going to get to it at 4.6. We already did get to it.
Yes.
Okay.
And so what I have now up on the screen is, you'll see the 235,000 is the first year of proposed capital
Okay.
needs.
Okey dokey. And how in the world, in a services and supply budget that I feel has been squeezed as dry as possible, are you going to make another $71,000 in savings? Is that because prices have gone down?
No, probably the major contributor to that was we had quite a bit of money in for consulting or legal fees associated
So
with
that's where that's coming out.
the meet and confer process. So when we back that out, it offset what would be normal increases.
Okay. That's all my questions I have.
Okay?
Any other questions about, I mean, this is the nitty-gritty, folks. This is the proposed budget. I have a question kind of that came off the top of this, and I think it was alluded to earlier when if we disengage from the county. What were the two words? There's independent and
Component unit,
and the other is independent.
yes.
So as an independent unit, do we have the decision to make about whether we continue to use county council? Do we have the decision to make about which parts of the county services we use?
I think there's some of that. I'm not quite sure about the county council. We'd have to check into that. This system, we would be using their financial system. It actually, you would have options, I think, a year down the road, like we talked before, if you wanted to change to another system for one reason or the other. One thing in a meeting that surfaced is, if we dropped off of their EFS system, we wouldn't have access to their short-term borrowing for cash flow. We'd have to find another source, which there is. But I think when you become an independent, you do have some options in terms of where you get your services.
Well, I wonder if it would just be our option, or if because we're independent, they would say, you don't get to use county council.
Right. And
Yeah.
Okay, because I think county council's significant in terms of their experience with public entities Okay. Any questions about this? Are there any significant changes in terms of percentages of the budget that have been spent in the current year as opposed to proposals for the next? I noticed there's a big a big drop in legal fees, but are there other areas that are significantly, that you need to call our attentions to?
I wouldn't say in total, there's nothing that caught my eye. What is different is we repositioned where some of the budgets are. So an example being, I think in executive services, we had some money for extra help. And we moved that to HR, a portion of it to HR. There were some other relocations of budget that seemed to make more sense. But in terms of just overall big, huge changes, nothing jumps out at me right at the moment. And I have a summary sheet here, just let me make sure that that's the case.
I would point out one besides the legal services that's already been mentioned, and that is the county services, which is 6521. And that's increasing from 156,000 to 210,000. And that's our new financial management system cost.
Right. Yep, I think that's it.
I'll ask each of you. Elena, any questions?
No, no, I'm looking forward to seeing the new accounts. What is it called? The
chart of accounts?
Chart of accounts,
Yeah.
next meeting.
Yeah.
Paul? No. Mary Evelyn? Tom? So no, okay, you guys, here's what you need to do. You need to take this out of there and put it there. No big changes recommended. Okay. Time for public comment. Public comment on any of these items? There being none, we'll move on. Now, have you really covered 4.10?
No.
Not, okay,
No.
all right.
And one thing I'd like to point out is when you look at the summary sheet, you see that permanent salaries for permanent positions, what we're proposing is less than the 2013 budget. And that speaks to there was some cushion in this year's budget. And that's the difference between what's being proposed and what we currently have. So an example being in the 13-14 budget, we were anticipating, they had $8,092,000. And we're looking at $7,652,000. Now, some of these numbers will change a little bit when we move to the final, or to the budget workshop. For a couple of reasons, we'll have more current information, and we may want to, fine tune it a little bit, but there will be I'm not anticipating any major changes.
There's all those uppercase and lowercase TBA.
Yeah, right.
We don't have anything in this budget, or did I miss it, for OPEB to contribute to there's
No,
nothing-
and when we have a recommendation, when we get ready, we'll go to the next item in terms of the budget policy.
Okay.
Okay. We're getting there.
Yeah.
Okay, 4.11.
We've done 10, 410?
4.10, the chart of accounts, was really just an informational
Okay.
item. So you could have it as a reference when you were looking at the proposed budget, and we'll come back at the second workshop with a revised chart of accounts.
I was just wondering what includes some incorrect information meant.
You want some examples?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. 6430 for printing includes newsletter.
Okay.
We no longer, the foundation has taken over the entire newsletter operation.
Okay. Oh, this one's fun. I like 411. Okay, let's go.
One thing on 411 before Bruce starts is we apologize that the track changes did not come through on the printout. That was a request, I
Right.
think, of the commission to reflect the changes, and so you won't see what was changed.
Okay.
Okay. I think maybe we'll just dive right into the recommendation and then talk about some of the policy issues relating to this recommendation. So the first is a one-year use of special revenue funds to subsidize the 2014-15 book purchases. Just in terms of a change of practice, it's a one-year event. And maybe to back up a little bit, the reason I finally settled on and talked with the co-directors and on a one-year or short-term financial plan is the potential for a ballot measure. So if the commission were to say, Bruce, go back and co-directors go back and balance the budget, there would be some significant impacts to operations in order to do that. And then lo and behold, everybody does an excellent job and the ballot measure prevails, there would have been a lot of pain and misery for no reason. And given that the ballot measure, you'll know the outcome in November, I don't know, what is it, 6th this year or 4th? I think that it is justified in saying, well, we're going to put together a short-term plan. And as you can see, the last recommendation is a commitment to come back and reconsider this budget after the election. And you'll either be dealing with how to allocate the successes or the other option,
Landing on the iceberg.
depending on the outcome. So going back to the number one, the one-year use of special revenue funds to subsidize 24-15 book purchases. That's a change, and before we go too far down the road, we want obviously to have the commission's support on that. We'd be looking at transferring about $500,000 from special revenue funds to the general fund specifically for book purchases.
Is that different than one?
Pardon? No, it's just putting a dollar amount to it. And we would earmark that money for specifically for book purchases. And if for one reason or the other we didn't spend all of our book purchase budget, we would send a proportionate share of that money back to the special revenue fund from which it came. So it either gets spent for books or it stays in the special revenue fund. We would include $100,000 of special revenue funds to replace carpets and install seismic shelving in one branch. And we'll sit down and come back and develop a recommendation of which branch. But there is adequate money in the special revenue fund for branch improvements. We'd allocate $100,000 for OPEB funding. And as I mentioned, we would reconsider the budget in December of 2014 at the December commission meeting to follow up on the November 2014 ballot measure. That would be an agenda item that.
I like the idea of a ballet measure myself. I think we should definitely.
The what?
Have a ballet measure. You know,
Oh.
It sounds so much nicer, really.
I thought we were going to use that for fundraising.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
I think it would allow us to dance around our problem.
Yeah. That was to bring a little humor to an otherwise pretty gruesome presentation. Yeah.
Oh, God, we could get into this, couldn't we?
Don't start.
So the thought there is
It's contagious.
Can't get library people away from punning, what can I say?
There you go.
Don't start.
It's a change of procedure. We're going to be spending, a significant amount of special revenue funds. It would probably, it require some interaction with labs. And there would be some changes to the policy that deal with not using one-time money for multi-year, for ongoing operations, putting some language in directed at the short-term nature of this, putting some language in for revisiting the budget in December commission meeting, those kinds of things. And so with that, what are your thoughts?
I have a very active friends group, as you all know, and one of them came up to me a couple of months ago and said, what if all the friends got together and in his particular case, he was talking about extended hours. What if the friends all said they would come up with this amount of money? Could you accept it? And I said, no, because it's ongoing operations. But I do wonder if we went to the friends and said, we need $500,000 for our book budget, whether they would not contribute to that. I'll go out on a limb and speak for my branch and say they would.
May I respond? Thank you, because I think they already have.
Right.
And that's the thing, that these special revenue funds have been raised for, and in many cases given already to the library, and they're sitting in these accounts. Pretty significant amounts that were definitely intended for book and material purchases or other service enhancements, and were never spent. That concerns me, because we're not really making good on our requests. In most cases, we've had to go to the friends and request those monies, and then we receive them and we put them in an account and they sit unspent. Generally, I'm opposed to fundraising for operational purposes or relying on book budgets. But I've been in this circumstance before where the book budget in San Rafael was slashed almost to the bone, and the Friends stepped up and raised $100,000 a year for like 3 years running at this little library in San Rafael to supplement the book budget. And that just felt awful to have it be ongoing. Here we have a case where we're sitting on funds that were all previously designated for these purposes. Kathy DeWeese and I went through the entire set of special revenue fund accounts, branch by branch, friends group by friends group, that have already been given. And we identified up to $700,000 of available funds for book and materials purchases. So while it would be great not to spend that, maybe, I guess, and turn to the Friends and say, would you, and I'm sure they would, I think you're right, they would step up and do something special and extraordinary. To me, it just makes more sense to go to them and say, here's our plan to use the resources you've already given to us. And thank you so much for that. It's going to let us get through this year as sort of a bridge. We're really counting on your support for any proposed tax measure that may come forward. That will mean we'll be on good financial footing for going forward for however many years that might be in place. See what I'm saying? So, I don't know.
Yeah, I hadn't gotten it that this was money they had already given us. Okay.
But how much of when we were back at the special revenue funds area, I did some subtraction, and we know that my mathematics and arithmetic is wonderful. But it seemed to me that overall, outside of the funds that are earmarked for Petaluma, there was about $696,000. Was my subtraction incorrect?
Well, some of the Petaluma earmarked funds are considered as part of our proposal, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for whatever proportion. What Kathy and I did was we took the allocation table for our materials budget that we apply to the materials budget, branch by branch. So for instance, Central gets about 20% of the materials budget for purchases here at this branch. And according to size and circulation and shelf space available, each branch has an allocation formula number. And we applied that table across the system-wide funds that were available. And then for each branch that had an account sitting there, we went up to no higher than that allocation amount. So for instance, if Petaluma had $800 million sitting there, but they could only be entitled to spending, our allocation table limited them to $50,000 a year, we'd only spend $50,000 of the $800 million. And that's pretty much what we did with Petaluma. We left the $800 million alone, but we brought up,
It's $2 million. That's not.
then we brought it up to
It's only two.
the allowable amount for, what, you see what I'm saying? So that we did it proportionally and according to the availability. So it's from each according to their availability and to each according to their allocation.
Thank you, Carl.
Anytime.
Carl, all right, I'm going to put the Petaluma hat on for a minute and say, do you know how much that is that you're going to be requesting from Petaluma?
Yeah, we definitely have all those numbers.
Does it involve dipping into the principal?
That I would not know.
The principal of the special revenue fund?
Right,
Yeah.
okay. I think you're going to have a hard sell with the lab on that.
Okay. You know me, I'm a really hard seller, so
Yeah.
I'll come talk to the lab.
How much do you know it would go into the principal?
Well, if I'm reading this correctly, I want to check here.
What, you're going to show me numbers? Oh no, I'm doomed. Petaluma. So, yeah, I'm looking at this. Roughly $98,000 total from Petaluma. So that, whatever the amount that goes into the principal.
I wonder how much is, anyway, I don't have those things, but it's gonna be, and I don't know what my.
But actually, that's not the amount, given that Bruce reduced our 700,000 to 500,000, you could reduce that by that concomitant number, so. 200, 500 minus, 700 minus 200 is what percentage of 700?
Well, it's two
Roughly
sevens.
33 or something like that, 2/7. So, yeah, so less.
I think we have quite a bit in the unspent interest.
Interest? Great.
But I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm going to just say that when you go to Petaluma, they're going to have some opinions about this. Right, Keo? So now taking off the Petaluma hat, going back to the commission hat. So you've looked at those those special funds. I looked through that paper. I don't know where it is right now, but I think you got it. We have like $113 from the Fund Development Office, but that's for the new library. Okay. All right, so each library will be asked on addition, okay, I want to just be clear. Excuse me for fumbling here. The first stage you're going to is to look at the current special funds to see what you can use out of this list.
Right, we've done
Okay.
that, right.
And then you're going to look at each branch and see what you can get from either the Friends or special funds they might have.
That is what this is, the same thing. You just said the same thing twice, I think.
System-wide and branch.
Oh, system-wide and branch, right. So system-wide, I mean, not every branch has a chunk of money sitting there. There's nothing for Sebastopol, for instance, because their friends pretty much stepped up and spent down everything. Right. And the same is true for Windsor. There's no money there sitting there unused. But for, and Guerneville, also no money sitting there. But for Central, for Cloverdale, for Healdsburg, for Northwest, for Petaluma, for Rincon, and for Sonoma, there are significant funds sitting there that have already been given to the library for use for these purposes that isn't being used, as far as we can tell.
And
So I think you need to be prepared to answer the question of if, I'll now wear a friend hat, we gave this money to you over these years to be spent, why did you not spend it?
Right, that is a very good question. And I'm not sure of the answer. I know that in the case of the Santa Rosa Friends, these monies have accumulated to a fairly astonishing number, and this proposal would take care of that. I mean, it would, I know. Yeah, every year we ask the Friends for a certain contribution towards book purchases or materials purchases. And at the same time, the system, the library itself allocates funds to each branch. So the practice has been first to spend the library allocation and then to look to the Friends, because the Friends money is, it's not a use it or lose it situation, although maybe it will be. This money can roll over and be available next year. We librarians operate a lot like school teachers in a very scarcity mode way of thinking, where we never want to spend all our money because next year someone's going to publish a multi-volume set that we won't be able to afford, but maybe if we've squirreled away some money, we'll be able to afford it. And I think that kind of thinking has accumulated over the years. I'm just speculating. I was not here when this was happening. But this is what I've done myself as a librarian. I'll spend all the money that's allocated to me first from the library, and then I'll look to the Friends money that I have left over. If I don't spend it, it's still going to be there next year. It's like real money instead of government money, which government money goes back into the general fund and disappears and helps the bottom line if you don't spend it. If you don't spend Friends money, it stays with the allocated purpose. So maybe that's too much truth for everybody, but that's sort of the way we function. And that probably accounts for why these amounts have accumulated, sort of unbeknownst, because it doesn't show up as a balance on people's hierarchy year over year that you have this much money left. They just show the new allocation for the year. So these books have accumulated. It's just the money Am I wrong about this? This
No,
seems to be.
no, I think that there were a couple of problems, and one was there wasn't a good tracking method for some of these monies. Like I remember hearing a year ago that the Friends money hadn't been tracked well for the city, for Santa Rosa, and there was all this money sitting there, and it's like, oh my gosh. But also, I think, this is a different way of looking at how to spend the money and to use this money that the Friends group or bequests give to the library for the purposes that they're asking us to use them is, it's really only good fiscal sense. And then the library, what money in our budget that we have in our budget above and beyond that, can go for ongoing services.
Well, and also the Friends money, at least I know in Petaluma, has not always only been used for books.
Oh, right.
I mean, it's used for chairs or...
Right. What we found was the funds that were designated materials or other services, sort of unspecified. So
Right.
we weren't taking from any of the things that says facilities or, capital needs or anything like that, or anything that was pre-designated for a specific purpose.
And that was part of the confusion the last couple of years too, is that we didn't really know how these funds could be spent. And there was a lot of time that library staff had to spend figuring that out and tracking that back. So I think, because it seems to me for the last couple of years, we've been asking, can't we use some of that money to pay for some of these things that we need?
Strategic planning.
Yeah, I think it's really important also, just from a point of view of someone looking at the library's balances and trying to decide, does the library really need money to move forward? I mean, if we have not turned to ourselves first, this is the principle of fundraising. You don't ask someone else to give to you until you've really done everything you can on your own and given yourself and everything else. And then you can turn to the public and say, do you like your libraries? Do you want them to continue and get better? Look, we're out of money. We really are out of money.
But if, just in that vein, another question would be, is this a one-time thing, or given the dire straits that the library's in, is this likely to be something that's going to happen again and again and again? And maybe, wipe out or severely reduce the fund balance?
Yeah, those are the two scenarios, right?
Special revenue fund.
Special revenue fund. What's the response?
Well, it's based on what people give, so, but in their minds, we've been using this money all along.
But we haven't.
Exactly. So I think that it is a good question, why haven't you used it? And I think we have a few different explanations for it, but now that we've figured all of these things out,
So we're going to start using
it makes sense to start, well, I think it's,
Yeah,
there's,
I'm just.
it's
wondering what-
ongoing.
Yeah. Could very well be, given the status of the library right now. Yeah, we could come back next year and the year after that.
I think that I'm not against this. My caution is this is a dramatic change in the way that the Friends and the labs have interacted with the library. It's been, the branch managers have asked individually for it, but for the institution of the library to be coming in and saying, look, here's our need, and we're gonna wish that you can do this. My thinking is that I don't want us to be a bull in a china shop. I want us to be aware of the range of people who have been dedicated to the library through the labs, through the bequests, and through the Friends, and that we go in as thoughtfully and well planned and honoring what we're asking them. I'm sure this would all happen, but I just feel like I need to say this, that an attitude of, we know this is a big change, we would like to thank you, we'd like to I'm thinking of it in particular in relation to Petaluma, but I'm sure it's system-wide, that the Friends have had a particular habit, particularly of, I'm the friend of the Sebastopol Library, and what we're asking you to do is have the attitude that the library is a family, and the family is asking you for help now, not the individual library. And that's a significant change that I think the approach needs to be really cautious. That's all I can say.
And I think that's one of the good things is that so much is going to be used to improve the collections, the $500,000 for the collections that everybody will benefit from. And then I just, as I was sitting here, I was remembering that one of the first things that happened after I became a commissioner was that the Guerneville Friends had given, I forget, $3,000 to purchase furniture for the Guerneville Library. 2,000 or 3,000, maybe a little bit more. And at one of the first meetings I attended, they expressed their extreme irritation that it hadn't been spent in 3 years. So I think we might find some of the Friends groups welcoming the fact that the library is going to be using these funds that they have carefully earned for the library and given.
Has the relationship with the Friends been essentially left up to the branch managers? Or is there someone in the staff who, I mean, I know like Keo is the liaison to the foundation. Is there somebody in the staff who's like the liaison to the Friends? Is it Keo?
I think it's been the branch managers.
And the director, too. The
Yeah.
director.
With Friends groups?
With the Friends groups?
I think so.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean,
Okay.
of course, sometimes it was just to ask for money.
Well, see, yeah, that's not good. So it would be good to have an ongoing relationship with all of the Friends groups from the entire library and with all of any support group that there is. And that's one of those challenges for our new director, I think, is to build a different kind of ongoing relationship. And it will require most of his or her time, really, in a way, to be out in the community. Because there are a lot of Friends groups, and there's the Wine Library Associates and the Amigos and the Foundation, and then there's all the labs. And then there's other little bodies like city councils that we'll have to be dealing with more, and boards of supervisors. So if you add all those hours up of meetings, I'm kind of wondering how that'll happen sometimes.
Does this get me back to my beloved community services manager?
Yeah, definitely. Which is why we need to pass this tax measure.
And the other thing I think, back related to the tax measure, there's been a lot of information that there needs to be accountability. And I think built into this system would need to be a report back saying, you bought, X amount of materials, or, some sort of thank you and responsiveness.
One of the things that we discussed in preparing this proposal is that we would have a specific list of how the money was used. So that when somebody comes and says, what did you do with the $500,000? We can pull out a list and say, this is what we did with it.
Other comments from the commission about this particular, there were two parts. Can you go back to that slide? There was the 500,000 for the books and supplies, and 100,000 for
OPEB.
Carpet and
that one.
OPEB.
No, there's nothing for OPED in
Yes,
this.
there is.
You'll notice that the allocate 100,000 for OPEB, that's less than we were showing on our unfunded needs list. I think I had 500,000 was there. It just becomes clear that, that's not an option right now. And so, but we should do something.
So that would go to the trust.
To the trust.
Okay, and
On the carpet and seismic, I'm assuming it's whoever's in worse shape, or?
Yeah, whoever's in worse shape and, can be done within the constraints of the 100,000.
That's something, by the way, you might want to talk to Petaluma about. At least the sizing. I don't know about the carpet, but, because that's part of their put aside for the remodel. But anyway. Okay, so in terms of direction, are people feeling comfortable with this? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs across? Okay, I didn't see a thumb. Paul, I don't see it.
He did. I did.
Okay, I just didn't see it. I want to see that thumb. Thank you. All right. Okay. Do you need anything more from us on that? I was wondering some things about this document of, for me, this was a really, people laugh, but it was a fun read. I had a question on page 3. Top of the line, lines, section 5.4.1. It says that the fees currently account for 3.5% of the library's operating budget. But we have on the table some possible changes in fees. Will that have a significant change in that 3.5?
If we increase, the fees,
It was supposed to be decreased.
yeah, and that's where I was going, is that if to the extent that we decrease, I guess we're back up. So what's on the table is to decrease the fees. I think one of the things we saw is when we increased the fees, our total revenue went down. And the reason being that theory is that all of a sudden people start paying attention to delinquent fees and we're reluctant to, they check out 10 CDs or something or 5 books and all of a sudden it went to $20 for the 5 books being late or something,
So
as
they cut
opposed
their
to,
own time.
yeah. So it's one of these economic, questions that where is that tipping point where price exceeds the demand. And with this, if you lower it, you may see some
increase.
behaviors going back to the old way,
Okay.
where they'll increase.
And the only other one I'll do is my old saw that I try to bring up all the time, which is on page 4, 6.6. Reduce and control costs and solar. Okay, that's it. I'll let that one go. Never.
But we talked about that, and isn't it because we don't own the buildings?
I understand that, but we pay those bills, and there was the beginnings of an exploration of that process that
Right.
stopped, and I'm not sure exactly why, but I just don't want solar to get off the table. I know, I see around, for example, Petaluma School District has got all their high school parking lots covered by solar panels.
Right.
And that's, I think they didn't have an expenditure to do it because they get, anyway, I just don't want solar to fall off the table as an option. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Breathe. We're moving along. Are we done with all these items and we can go on to the regular meeting? Any comment from the public on this before we move on to the regular meeting, which is a really relatively short.
Could I ask if we might briefly revisit the goals and objectives? Because some of those are in the preliminary budget and some of them are not. And so if we're not going to fund, for example, adequate staffing in 14-15, we shouldn't set it as a goal for ourselves.
Okay. You had a comment?
Yeah, on the 5-year budget projection, where it says for estimated 14-15, and it shows a deficit of almost 400,000. Now, if you were going to do this with the money from the Friends, the 500,000 and the other 100,000 and 100,000, how would that affect this? Or is this already after that's been taken into consideration?
No, the 500,000 would be treated as a transfer into the general fund and would take that 400 basically down to 100,000 positive, and then we put the 100,000 in OPEB. And then out of the special revenue funds, we will fund the carpet and install. So it's an attempt to get the budget, the bottom line, down to a zero number or close to it.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want to look back at the goals and objectives? Are you talking about objective 1A?
That's the main one, but there were
And that's not in
several.
the budget already?
Correct.
So none of these fiscal impact ideas are in the budget already?
Well, as we went through the document, we pointed out which ones were and which ones were not. 1A is not in the budget. That's why it was listed on one of the spreadsheets as an additional need, big ticket item.
Okay, are there any others that we need to discuss? Well, I guess that's the big one. So
That is the big one.
basically, in the proposed budget at this point, we are not supplying the need for the substitutes. And if we were, that would be an additional 300,000.
Right.
Go ahead.
So that would come from fund balance?
Or else,
If you added it, it would come from fund balance. I mean, I don't know, the special revenue funds, I think the issue there is that you wouldn't have enough across the board. And it's only one-time money. And so, I mean, rather than adding that outright right now, I would, depending on the outcome of the election. I mean, it's what it hinges on. Those two items, without an additional source of revenue, you're not going to be able to get back to there. Because as we've seen with the projection, even, you're going to be looking at more cuts.
so, getting that money there is one of my personal priorities, but I don't know if the rest of the commission has that, but basically you're saying we would need to wait until December to add that if we wanted to, if we could.
Yeah, if the measure prevailed, then you would have, the resources to add some of these things back in that, is everybody's, it's on everybody's, high priority list. But there just isn't enough money without depleting yourself and getting to a point where you could find yourself in a catastrophic place.
Depressing.
But it's a good goal to have. It's a good goal to have and help motivate us.
Well, maybe we could just update objective 1A a little bit so it doesn't look like start date July 1.
Yeah.
And make it more clear that it would only be feasible after November if
it's
we prevail.
successful.
We don't formally adopt these, or do we formally adopt these at the next meeting?
We would bring it back at the next
Okay,
meeting.
so give us a draft that has that tentative.
Sure.
Okay. It is an all-day meeting, folks. I'm sorry that but I think as we leave this budget workshop, I would like to say that this is one of the clearest and most valuable budget workshops I've been in since I've been on the commission.